Welcome, everyone. We'll get started here shortly. Hey, what's up, guys? Meteorologist Brady Harris here. Excited for another Outbreak. Excited that you're here. Outbreak starts now.
Welcome to Outbreak, a new live stream format brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks podcast, hosted by me, meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We'll go live on days of extreme weather with the goal of keeping you safe, informed, and entertained. The only question that remains is, are you ready for the outbreak? The outbreak starts now.
All right, guys. Well, welcome to Outbreak. I am meteorologist Brady Harris, and thanks for joining, guys. I am so happy that you guys were able to join today. We have a fun show ahead of us today, and we're going to take a look at some of the severe weather that is ongoing right now. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out for portions of Texas. But what is Outbreak for those? Maybe it's your first time watching or you're a little forgetful like me. So Outbreak is us. I think this is our fifth show now. We just started this back a couple of months ago. And we are, you guys probably know of us. We're the Stormfront Freaks podcast, but we're expanding. And we are now doing live nowcasting of severe weather. With me, I'm your host, meteorologist Brady Harris, Stormcat 5, as I like to say, right? So that's how you can find me on Twitter and Instagram as well. There's a lot of great content that I like to put out, especially around severe weather. But this is kind of a new concept. We're going and trying to essentially give you the latest and greatest information on what is going on with the thunderstorms, tornadoes. We might even do some hurricane stuff in the fall and summer, as that I think this is gonna be a pretty active year. And then who knows, we might even do some blizzards next winter as well. But our goal is basically to bring you, okay, what's going on? Let's look at the radar. Let's look at the models. And also, I want to be entertaining, right? So I want you guys to know that I want to keep you safe, but I also want to keep you entertained. So we're gonna do some fun stuff here and there. And we'll also have some other Stormfront freaks on from time to time to check out, to give their opinion on the weather, and Phil, Greg, Dina, all the gang. So welcome to the show. And see Jess join. Welcome, Jess. Glad to have you here. And let's go ahead and get into what do we got going on today. And give me 1 second. I need to adjust my camera a little bit. Sorry, I kind of started on the fly here, so I want to make sure I've got everything situated. And give me 1 second. One of my programs in the background just actually shut down. So let me go ahead and start it in my tornado warnings programs. That would be a bad thing to not have going on. But it's just going to be me today for the first part of this show, and then we may have Phil, we may have Greg, we may have Dan at some point. I know Dan Wallace is actually out chasing the storms right now, so he may join us later too, especially if things get hot and heavy, which they might. And the reason why I wanted to start at 4 versus 4:30 is because we have just had a new convective outlook issued for today by the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go ahead and take a look at that together and see, because I think we were kind of and this show might be a little. We're gonna just see how we go. We're gonna take things as they go here, because at the beginning of the day, it looks like we were going to get some tornadoes, and then things kind of the conditions didn't look as potent. But this was just the issue. This was just issued at 1958 UTC. So this was right before 4 p.m. And it looks like they still maintain the risk for severe weather. I think Weather Peens is having a field day with this all day. So I don't know if you guys follow that Twitter account, but a little bit of a phallic shape here on the SPC. They like to do, or they don't like to do it, but that could just happen from time to time. But so that's kind of I've been kind of getting a good kick out of that all day. But they still maintain the enhanced risk in the latest update. So there still is an enhanced risk of some pretty strong storms to occur basically down in southern portions of Texas, southwestern Texas. And it unfortunately does not include Clovis, though. For those that were a part of the Clovis madness last year, this does not include Clovis, but it does include cities like Midland, Texas. Midland is a sponsor of the show, Midland Radio. So Midland, Texas, you are in this risk. Odessa, Texas, San Angelo, Texas. That was actually where some of the madness that we saw yesterday with that storm that had basically that eye on radar, which I don't know if you guys saw that, but I'll actually show that here in just a sec. And then also Big Spring, Texas, and West Odessa, Texas are all on the enhanced risk. And I think the big reason why we still are live and will continue to be live until, if things start to materialize or not, is this. We still have it. It's a really small, teeny kind of 10% area, but we still have a pretty decent chance of some strong tornadoes, and that's what this 10% risk down in southern portions of Texas. And the funny thing is, there's actually no major population center in the risk area, so that's a good thing. It doesn't look like this risk will be incredibly will include a lot of people, but still, the 5% risk is about 500,000, a little bit over. And then the kind of the 2% tornado risk is a lot less. It's about, or I guess it's more people, but the risk is less. But I think we all saw yesterday, we all saw some absolute madness happen with really the past couple of days have been pretty insane with regards to the severe weather. So that's, I think, why we decided to go live today. Was because it is, just the past couple of days have been insane from a radar perspective. So who knows what we could get today, but it is looking like it could be, could be another one of those days. I don't think it's as potent as it was yesterday, but we could get some pretty good storms and some more Texas supercell madness, which is what we've seen the last couple of days here. And really, this has been just this 2-week stretch has been just insane. But so that's what we got going on today. Let's go ahead and look at the current watches. And I encourage you guys, if you are on YouTube, go ahead and tell me where you're at. Tell me where you're located in. See if you need a weather forecast, or go ahead and just say hi. I love talking with the YouTube chat. If you're watching us on Twitter, I don't think you guys can chat. And if you can, I don't think actually I can see it. So if you want to chat with me and just kind of, interact with everyone else, go ahead and head over to YouTube, look up Stormfront Freaks. I think I posted the link actually underneath of the Twitter, our live post that we had. So check that out, because that'll actually be really, really fun. Give me 1 second here. Test. Okay, we're good. But that'll actually be really fun because you can interact with us. And I think the best experience is actually over on YouTube. But still, if you don't want to go to YouTube, that's fine. Keep watching us on Twitter. Jess is watching us from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, I believe. Yep. And nothing really exciting going on weather-wise, except it's been some nice sunny days. You guys, you're right on the edge of this. You're right on the edge of this. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a meso up in Chicago, or Illinois. But yeah, it looks like you guys won't really get. You guys might get some storms today, some classic thunderstorms, just like we'll have in Ohio, but nothing too crazy for you guys. But give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the mesoscale discussions. Right now, it's just me, so I'm gonna try and do my best here to keep up. But and really quickly too, I do want to show. This was from yes, I believe this was from yesterday. This is from Cameron Nixon, our good friend of the show. Let me see if I can make this full screen. I don't know why it won't let me make this full screen. But look at this radar loop. This was from yesterday, and this was in Texas, near Robert Lee, Texas. This was a radar loop. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I wanted to make sure you guys did see it, because this is absolutely just an insane radar loop of a tornado that basically formed along kind of a boundary. And then I don't know if you can tell, but I'm going to try and pause it right here. See that? Look in the center of that. There is literally an eye, which I don't know the last time I've seen that happen. That is not a common thing to see, but there is literally an eye in that tornado on the radar. And then watching the next couple of frames here, it kind of sits over the same spot. Look at that. I mean, look at that. That is insane. But yeah, let me see if I can make it bigger here. But right there, and then the eye kind of goes away. But then look at it go totally back to the northwest. I know there was a couple chasers that were chasing that thing. Imagine being on the north side of that storm and then watching the radar slowly start to pull back. And that would be just an insane, really scary. I don't know, Reed Timmer was there too, and Reed was trying to get away. But and that was from Cameron Nixon as well. This was actually something that, let me see if I can find what the one I took as well, because this was a side-by-side one. I mean, just a unbelievably strong tornado. I don't think they've done the damage assessment just yet on this. I think good news is this was mostly in rural parts of Texas. I think there was a family that was impacted by this. There's a GoFundMe for them too, which is awesome. But this was the other loop that I took. That was just an insane radar loop of this tornado, like occluding and going back north. So we may see that again today. We may not. I think today we have kind of a similar environment, maybe a little bit less potent as we saw yesterday, but still a pretty good chance of some storms. Let's go ahead and look at the satellite, and to do that, we're going to take a look at the setup of today. What do we expect, and when do we expect it? Let's take a look at the setup right now.
Time now for our outbreak setup.
All right, so first let's take a look at the current conditions on the satellite, and let's look at this. So this is really interesting. I always love to look at this. Two things I'm noticing right away. Do you guys see in the top corner of the screen right here? This, I really wish I could draw like arrows on this yet, but I can't. But do you see this in the top, this kind of line of clouds right here in the top corner of the screen towards the center? Watch this advance to the south. That's clearly a front. That's clearly a cold front, right? I think the temperature difference right now is like 90 on the south side and 70, 75 on the north side. So that's clearly a cold front that's pushing down. And you can see one storm up here that's firing along that cold front. And then you've also got a dry line, right? You've also got some, another boundary kind of setting up here. So really where those two meet is going to be your main point of emphasis, I think, over the next couple of hours. Give me 1 second. but that's going to be your main point of focus. And we already have some storms. Look, just in the past hour, look at what these storms have done. You start there, and then just started to explode here. So things are already starting to heat up here, and we already see some pretty big anvils. And if this boundary comes a little bit further south, which it is going to keep kind of moving off to the south, you may have if a supercell rides right along that boundary, it could be trouble here. Possibly going to get, because that's really the main threat today. It's not looking like a widespread outbreak. It's going to be just like the past couple of days. We'll see a supercell or two that could produce strong tornadoes, but it's really going to depend on kind of the micro level interactions here. So if a supercell rides along that boundary, if a supercell rides along an outflow boundary, that's going to be our focal point for severe weather. So anywhere, if you're watching and you're a storm chaser and you're to the, you want to be south of this cold front. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be north of the cold front. That's the atmosphere is already kind of zapped up there. But south of that cold front, right kind of where these storms are developing, that should probably be your target area for the day right now. And just to update everyone too, 0 tornado warnings. We have maybe 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. So no, we're not missing any tornado warnings just yet, but that could change here quickly. But we do have a couple, I think, looks like 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings active right now. I know Dan, we'll pull you in just a minute here. I'll go ahead and add Dan to the stage. We'll pull you in just going to finish doing our quick setup, and then we'll check in on Dan Wallace. He's storm chasing. So Dan, we'll bring you in just a second here. All right, so we looked at the satellite. Let's get rid of that. Now let's look at a couple models here. So weather models. What do I mean by? Well, I guess let me just show you guys what I have it. And really, everyone. This isn't like a special thing that only I have, but I use WeatherBell for my weather models, and there's a lot of really good sites that have a lot of really good models. But this is a lot. This is a lot of the models that we have access to. And it's pretty confusing if you don't know what you're looking at. Sometimes I get lost with how many models there are, but sometimes I'll look at this HRRR. It does a good enough job. I know everyone's probably sick of the HRRR at this point, but it's good to look at generally, to just get a general idea of what's going to happen. It can do good with storms. It can do bad with storms. But it usually does pretty good with like the conditions, like temperatures and stuff like that. But so here's that cold front that we're looking at. Let me go back here. Here's that cold front that's in. You can really see when you see that this is the temperatures, and right there's our cold front right in there. Right, you see 74 to the north, 88 to the south. That's going to slide. That's going to keep pushing to the south into the. This is right now 8 p.m. So really, these storms could be over by. They'll continue probably into the overnight, but our really really kind of potent temperatures will be quickly will quickly cool off, which is a sign to me. Okay, the Cape probably is going to decrease after as we get into the overnight hours as this cold front kind of slides through the area, but we'll probably see a pretty good line of storms that eventually moves through portions of central and eastern Texas as we go throughout the night. So now let's see if I can see any. Let's see. I don't want to do that. Let's see if I can see any dry lines. So this is the surface dew points. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a dry line in there. Dew points of 63, and then behind it 38. Nothing too crazy, but and that's like that dry line's actually going to push back to the west throughout the day. So storms probably will storms fired upon it now, but then that dry line is going to look at that just push to the west. What we're looking at now is basically moisture in the atmosphere, and this is actually at the surface. So the brighter, the closer you are to orange, the blues, the yellows, the more moisture you have. If you look at the pinks, whatever color that is. I guess that's like a magenta. I'm not a good color guy, but that is that dry line actually being pushed off to the west as we get some air flowing off the Gulf of Mexico. So that's interesting with the dry line. Let's look at what do we think. So this is just the HRR's kind of what it thinks it could do with some of the storms. So this is 5 p.m. So this is about 30 minutes, and it's done a pretty good job right now, initializing one kind of cluster up here, and then one cluster down here, and then as we go throughout the night, you can see these storms start to kind of slide. They're going to start to sag to the south and east as that cold front kind of pushes them down, and looks like we've got some big hailers. So that's not good if you got your car outside. Hopefully, if you live in any of these areas of Texas, probably tonight's a day to put your car inside. But our storms are going to slide, and actually we'll have a second kind of cluster develop out in front of this, but really not as much of a severe threat out there. But this is 10 p.m. Eastern, 11, 12. So you can see we'll start with a couple of isolated storms like we have now, but then they'll eventually kind of combine to form this big messy mass of whatever, and start to move off to the look at that. They'll start to move off into like Houston and Austin. You actually could get could be some pretty strong winds that you get with that if this does in fact become a reality. But it'll eventually form a line, and then the tornado threat will diminish, and then the wind threat probably will kind of stick around in the overnight hours through Texas. But if you live in Central Texas, pretty good chance you're gonna get wet tonight, and then probably could wow yeah. I mean, you're probably gonna have some flooding, and I actually think that is a big part of this is the flooding. And I'll actually have to I'll show that in just a bit to see. But if we look at if we look at the how much rain we're going to get, I think we're going to actually probably, let's look at the 12-hour. Yeah, I mean, overnight tonight, we're going to have some pretty heavy rain down in portions of Central Texas. So, I mean, looks like 4 inches in 12 hours. So that's not what people want to see at this part of the country. Because I think, from Harvey and all these other systems they don't want to see more rain, or they don't want to see flooding rain, that is. So we're going to get some pretty big rainfall overnight. So flash flooding is probably going to be a problem. We might not be live when that happens, but we'll stay live for as long as things look interesting. Raymond says Brady needs to cat chase. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not sure how you cat chase. My parents have a cat named Vader, and we let her out, and we're constantly chasing her. So that maybe is what you mean by cat chase. Storm Chaser Logan says, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Logan. Thanks for joining. Yeah. Okay. All right, Raymond, is this how it's going to be today? You're just going to do a bunch of cat puns? I'm okay with that. All right. So we looked at that. Now let's go look at the watches here, and then we'll get right into what the storms are like right now, and then we'll go check in on Dan. So right now our watches are, let's see. And actually, let me make this big so we can see this better. So we have one tornado watch right now, and that is for that's for that enhanced risk. That's for Sanderson, Texas. It doesn't look like there's a lot of towns here that this tornado watch is encompassing, but still, San Angelo, Texas. I know that's the last thing you guys want is another tornado watch after yesterday. San Angelo, Texas was, I believe, near where that giant tornadic hurricane-looking thing on the radar that I showed earlier happened. So You guys are in this tornado watch. But I think looking at this watch, the biggest threat, at least the highest probability threat, is hail. I think these storms, no matter if they produce tornadoes or not, are going to have could have some pretty big hail. 80% probability of severe hail and 80% probability of 2+ inch hail. So that is something to keep in mind here, that this is going to could be a day with some pretty big hail. I think that's almost a certainty. Now we could get some tornadoes too. It looks like, sorry, I realized I forgot to post the link on Twitter. So let me go ahead and do that very quickly. But it looks like we also are going to get could get some tornadoes, moderate chance of some tornadoes and a moderate chance of EF2 tornadoes. Only a 40% probability, but still, the madness that we've seen the past couple of days, I think we've all learned at least I've learned my lesson of never to underestimate Texas or the plains in May, right? Because that's just it's absolutely been it surprised me the last couple of days, to be quite honest. So we'll have to keep that in mind. All right, give me 1 second here. Wow. What's going on? So that's our one tornado watch right now. We don't have any other tornado watches out there currently, and I don't think we will. Well, I guess we'll have to check on Chicago, but because there was, I think, a mesoscale discussion out right now for that area. But that's our one tornado forecast, or that's our one tornado watch out there. Josh Smith says hi. Josh, great to join. The 3-day forecast. Oh no. Oh no. Guys, this can't be how we roll. Nerasi? I don't know how to pronounce that. You have seen that cat that has a song. Oh, okay. You were trying to say Brady. I don't think I've ever seen someone spell my name that way, but I will say that my mom sometimes calls me Brad or Brody. I don't know if it's on purpose or not. I really hope it is, but she's never called me Nerasi, which is probably a good thing. All right. So let's go over. We also have another watch here. We have a severe thunderstorm watch, and that's just to the north of the cold front. So I think that includes Midland, Texas. That includes, I believe that's Abilene, Texas. And then also even portions of New Mexico. Thank goodness Clovis is not in any of these watches. I don't think anyone from Clovis ever wants to get any storms ever again. But we do. So this is actually just kind of where the cold front is pushing through. So pretty low tornado threat up there. So if you do live in Midland or Abilene, I don't think tornadoes are our biggest concern. But hail or severe hail with any of these storms that form along that cold front is what we're looking at. Could be really the biggest risk here. Let's see. Linda Baird says, "Oh, we love Brad." Oh, I know you do love Brad, Linda. You do. All right. Actually, we don't have any mesoscale discussions right now, so that's a good thing. All right. Let's go ahead and look at the radar and see what we got cooking right now, because I think we're starting to cook with gas here. We have a total of, wow, okay, actually that is more than I expected. 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 10 currently severe thunderstorm warnings for the United States. Sorry, I'm just kind of moving this around here. We have 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 down in Texas. Oh, we actually have some severe thunderstorm warnings up here in portions of Arkansas, even into portions of, oh, wow, okay, this storm's actually kind of look a little nasty. Even Illinois, you're getting on the action here. Got 1 here just to the west of Springfield. We got 2 here to the north of St. Louis. And then we've got a pretty big line, or we've got a scattered line of thunderstorms that are forming and pushing toward Chicago. So anyone in the Chicago area, we do have you could get some scattered storms this evening. And if you look in the top right, the top corner, there is a slight risk in right here in the northern portion of Illinois. So that's for these storms. So we could get some strong storms, but there's no, the storm prediction center didn't have any tornado threat up here. So that's not saying, a tornado can't be completely ruled out. That is not the case. But right now we aren't thinking necessarily these storms are going to be tornadic. But we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings up here. And if we look at this one, winds of hail 1 inch, winds of 60 miles an hour. These two, we got some looks like joined at the hips. I don't necessarily want to say those are supercells, but we do have a couple of, looks like this one actually could pack a little bit more of a punch hail wise. Let's look at the St. Louis radar. Yes, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Carrollton, Illinois. There's your hail core right there. So we could get maybe hail of about 1 inch. And then this one to the south looks a little bit weaker. That's like the little brother of that storm. But they both are moving off to the north and east at about, I think, 45 miles an hour. So, but up and down this line, we probably will see some severe thunderstorm, off and on severe thunderstorm warnings until we get into the evening hours. I want to see if there is any other kind of problem child storms here. Let's look at the ones in Springfield. Okay, so this is once again kind of still along that same line. I think that's some sort of front. So I'd have to take a look at to see what that is. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning off in just to the east of Green Forest, Arkansas, kind of north of. Wow, I feel like every state has a bell font. Maybe that's if we have anyone from Arkansas in here, please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm mispronouncing this. But Ohio has a bell. It's spelled similarly, but it's Bell Fountain. So I feel like every state has some sort of bell font, and every state pronounces it differently. So that's kind of funny. But we do have a thunderstorm warning in all seriousness, just to the north of that, and looks pretty scattered. Not too impressive. Another severe thunderstorm warning off to the west of that. Looks like this is just to the east of Huntsville. Hail 1 inch, 60 mile an hour winds. Pretty standard stuff with these warnings. Oklahoma City. I know Oklahoma with the craziness that has happened in the past week. The last thing we want is more thunderstorms. The good news is a lot of these are off to the west or off to the east, and we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in all of Oklahoma. And Oklahoma, we're not. Your time will come later this week on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, possibly. But right now, there's only one warning, and these storms are pushing off to the. These storms are going to keep pushing off to the east as this. You can even kind of see the front here, right? Pushing through Norman right now. So here's your front back here. Here's your storms out here that are forming. So, I think Oklahoma City, we probably shouldn't, see anything for the rest of the day. But if you live downstream in eastern Oklahoma, especially southeastern, we could get some storms. Could be a noisy night for you guys. All right, well, let's look down here because this is really where our main action is. And we have three severe thunderstorms. And we're going to have to watch both of these because look at this one, classic supercell here. Just about to hit Kermit, Texas. So Kermit, Texas. I wonder if that's named after Kermit the Frog. Wow, yeah, hail of 2.5 inches, 70 mile an hour winds, and they do have a possible tornado tag on it. So this storm is probably going to be a problem. Wow, I can't believe I said probably going to be a problem, but this storm is sliding a little bit to the south and east this way, and see this boundary right here? That's kind of your cold front here as as air streams to the north, you see a bunch of storms trying to form along that. But if this storm kind of slides right along that boundary, we could get some sort of interaction here and could have some tornadic potential. So that's a problem child right now. Not tornado warned, but having some pretty large hail. Odessa, I'm going to put you on alert here. This storm is going to move your way. Probably going to be a hail producer regardless of if it does or doesn't produce a tornado. But it's not. It doesn't look like it's producing one now. But look at the velocity. Well, yeah, but it's could be trying to wrap up here, right? Kind of in there. We got really strong. Once again, red is going away from the radar. Green is going towards the radar. So radar is over here. Whoops, you guys can't see that. Radar is over here. So any red you see, that's going away from the radar. Any green you see, that's going towards the radar. So right here, you got your winds going this way. You've got your winds going this way. If this can kind of pull in some of this, kind of moisture streaming in from the south, you never know. Something could spin up right in that area. So we're going to have to watch that cell. Let's look at the storm to the south about to hit Fort Stockton. Yikes. Fort Stockton is about to get some pretty big hail. So if you live in Fort Stockton, we've got some hail coming your way, courtesy of Mr. Supercell here. So Fort Stockton, this is about to be a pretty big hail producer. Doesn't look like it's still trying to figure out its thing with rotation here. Let's look at the velocity and see what we got. Still, it's definitely a supercell. Winds going this way, and then you got some winds wrapping around this way, but it's really broad, a really broad area. I don't even know if I'd call it rotation just yet. But yeah. Raymond says Brady needs to chase hail cores. That would be entertainment. I don't think I would enjoy that in any. Well, I mean, I would enjoy it if it wasn't my car, right? I just actually had my car repaired. I think my mom would probably kill me if I went and got a bunch of hail dents in it. So that would not be good. Scott says he's about 65 miles southwest of Chicago or southwest of Juliet along I-80. So let's look at that real quick, Scott. 65 miles southwest of Chicago. So let's get pretty precise here. Yeah, and if anyone watching in the chat, if you guys want to tell me where you're at, and I can, especially if you're in any of these severe weather areas or you're chasing this thing, obviously make sure you're safe. But I love kind of pulling up the radar and giving people an idea of where to go. So he said southwest of Juliet along I-80. So he's probably right in here. I don't know, Scott, are you chasing these storms right here off to the west? Are you chasing these? My guess is he's somewhere. Oh God, I wish I could see the. Right.
Tornado warning for central Midland County in western Texas.
And did you guys hear that, by the way, on the chat? Or did you guys hear that tornado warning that just happened? We're trying a new setup, so I want to make sure that it's working. Did you guys hear that tornado warning that just happened? We just had a tornado warning that was issued. So if you can let me know if you heard that or not, that would be awesome. But we have our first tornado warning of the day that was issued. And look at that. That's for this storm right here. About to hit Kermit. Oh, yikes. Observed tornado warning. Okay, well, we have a tornado warning. And we'll come back to you, Scott, in just a second. But please, Raymond, I don't know, Raymond or Jess, I don't know if you guys or Linda or anyone else in the chat, did you guys hear that tornado warning sound effect? I would love to know if you did, because just kind of playing around with the new setup right now, and I want to make sure that is working. But we have a tornado warning that was just issued, and this is actually a confirmed tornado. This was confirmed by weather spotters near the Winkler County Airport. So I think. Oh, okay. They said a brief touchdown occurred, but another tornado may occur at any moment. So it seems like that there was a tornado. It has since lifted, but it seems like there could be another one that pops up. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that. And Ray says we did not hear that sound effect, so that is interesting because I heard it. Okay, well, let's go ahead and bring in. Let me try something here to get our. Let me try something to get our alerts working here. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring in. And let's bring in Dan here as well. Okay, I'm gonna try and bring in GR Earth, and we can see if that wet fixes it. But let me go ahead and shut off that audio. But we have a tornado warning that was just issued, and it was issued for Kermit. If you are just joining us right now, we have a tornado warning that was issued. Dan, and I'm gonna go ahead and put Dan Wallace on. Dan, are you anywhere? Where are you right now?
I'm actually. Yeah, Brady, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm south of Kermit. I was not far from Fort Stockton, but that cell didn't really look too organized. So I'm headed towards Kermit right now.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And Dan, it was an observed tornado warning, or it is an observed tornado warning, and it's about to move into Kermit, Texas. The description that I saw basically said that the tornado was observed, but has since kind of lifted. But the National Weather Service is saying another one could occur at any point. The rotation doesn't look as strong as it did a little bit ago, but it's riding along right along that boundary. So this is probably the storm right now of the day. And I think the storm to the south could, but this is by far the best looking storm right now. So Dan, are you?
Yeah, and I don't know.
Give me an idea. Are you?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say the wind is really heavy here.
Is it okay? So are you to the south of Kermit?
Yeah, I'm right now turning on to 464. Let me see if this is. It's like Texas 464.
Okay, got it. And I think let me actually change the view here because this does not show me the road network here.
So I was just at 18 and 464.
Okay. Let me see if this is better for a road network. Okay, so you were at 18. I see 18, and I'm looking for 464 here. I don't see it, but
it's
I think
Loop Road 464, headed northwest towards I-20.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so Dan is basically. Are you going south right now?
I'm going northwest. I'm going to be passing I-20 here in a few minutes.
Got it. Okay, so Dan is right down here. So we've got our storm right here in the top corner of the screen, and Dan is basically going towards this thing, and I think Dan, you're probably let's see how many. He's about 13 miles away from this. So, Godspeed to you, brother. And it looks like, just from what I'm seeing, I think this tornado, if there was one, which there was one, but I think this tornado is actually lifted right now. I don't see any. Actually, the latest scan, I think it's kind of trying to recycle here. We could have a tornado on the ground. Looking at this latest velocity scan, this thing definitely has some really strong winds sucking into it, and then it's starting to kind of try to curl around to the backside. We could have something trying to touch down right actually to the south of Kermit Plaza. So Kermit Plaza, there could be a tornado just to your south, pushing to the east. I think this is pushing to the east at about 30 miles an hour. Yeah, it's pushing to the east at about 30 miles an hour. And this tornado warning does go until about 4:30 Central. So, Dan, you're driving towards probably the best looking storm of the day, the only tornado warning right now. But we'll see.
I'll check back in with you if I've got something.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dan, I did so really quickly too. I'm trying to get the warnings to work. I have a separate computer sharing the audio, but it didn't seem like I had it backstage. Does it have to be front stage to be able to hear the warning?
Affirmative.
Okay. All right. We'll see if this works this time. All right, cool. Well, we'll keep an eye as you get closer to the storm. We'll check back in with you and go from there.
Roger that. I'm on the north side of I-20 now.
Okay, cool. All right, so that was Dan Wallace. Dan is you guys have probably seen him here a lot backstage and kind of helping with the broadcast. He's chasing right now, which is pretty cool. So Dan is hopefully going to give us a live shot of this thing. And really, this is probably going to be the storm that we continue to follow for a good bit. So that'll be cool as Dan. And yeah, just that's a Supercell classic spread eagle shape here. I guess it kind of looks like an eagle a little bit. Maybe more of like a whale with like maybe a leg or something. I don't know. Anyway, classic structure here, classic Supercell structure here. And, we're going to have to keep an eye on this thing because it still has an observed tornado warning for this storm. Dan, you're getting some love for the chat. Emily B says Dan is awesome. Dan is absolutely awesome. He is he's an incredible human being and helps me out a ton and is chasing. So hopefully will give us a great visual of the storm. Obviously, Dan, be safe if you can hear us. Don't get too crazy. But all right. So looks like we have now 2 different severe thunderstorm warnings just to the south. Wow. Yeah. So you can see a boundary. Look right in here. This is going to keep kind of pushing to the south. And this storm here could ride along, if this storm takes a right turn and rides along that boundary, could be trouble. This storm here is starting to get its act together. This is going to be a problem. You can start to see a little bit of an appendage here start to develop. Still pretty disorganized, or not disorganized, but it's still trying to develop into kind of get that classic supercell structure. It hasn't gotten there just yet, but I mean, you can see this thing trying to spin here. Just look in the last couple of frames. It's really trying to spin. So if this can interact with any other storms, just like yesterday, this could be definitely a problem here. And it's going to be interesting to see if this inflow right here, this is going to mess this storm up, right? All this rain that's about to get sucked in. This is going to probably cause, if there is a tornado, this is going to lift the tornado. But after this storm absorbs this, just like we saw yesterday, it's like a vacuum. All this moisture is just going to get pulled into the storm and actually could cause this storm to grow in size. And once it does that and it recycles, that could be trouble. We saw that yesterday when this merger madness of all these storms that happened. And that actually caused some of those storms to that I think that was actually what happened in the San Angelo, or sorry, not San Angelo, but the Robert Lee storm yesterday that we looked at earlier. It absorbed another storm and then formed into a massive tornado, which had an eye. So looks like we just got yikes. We just got another severe thunderstorm warning issued that was just to the south. I think they did this because there's kind of a new storm forming here, or also maybe this is an appendage of the existing storm. So have to keep an eye on that little appendage down there. Emily B says, I love the cat behind you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's Storm Cat 5 is kind of a play on like, it's a cat, it's a storm, but also it's like Category 5 hurricane. So my mom came up with that, by the way. I did not. All right, so we'll check back into these storms in a second. But if you are joining us right now, we have one active tornado warning. This tornado warning is for just to the I guess it is for Kermit. It's for an observed tornado that we had storm spotters confirm around 3:40 Central, so about 13 minutes ago. That tornado, it seemed like it lifted and then maybe it dropped again. We don't have confirmation of that, but that tornado has since pushed off. It looks like if we try to find where Kermit is, I think it's just to the south of kind of Kermit Plaza. So if you live anywhere just to the south of Kermit Plaza, there would be where your tornado is. This probably has a wall. I would not be surprised if this has a wall cloud. But we have some really strong inflow pushing in here. We've got some winds trying to wrap around here. So this could be a developing tornado right here. This is an incredibly strong signal. We may not have a tornado on the ground just yet, but this I don't know. It's starting to this is starting to concern me a little bit. I would not be surprised if a tornado is forming or will form shortly from this thing. But really interesting structure on radar. We've got really strong winds getting sucked into this thing, and then we've got kind of another area of winds that are, and really these winds are actually probably more like this, since the radar is, yikes. The radar is just off to the west. We've got really strong winds pushing this way, and then we've got some winds kind of jutting in that way. So this storm is really trying to rotate. Oh, yikes. You know what? This is another concerning area. This is just actually to the south. And you know what? I don't like this view. I don't like this view one bit. I need some town names. I don't think I like that either. That's too bright. That hurts our eyes, right? What do you guys think? I'm always playing around with these, never being able to decide which one I want. Yeah, let's try this out. All right, so this is a pretty concerning area of rotation right now. That's just to the south of Fort Stockton. This is that second cell that we kind of looked at that looks like an appendage. This could be a developing tornado. I would not be surprised if they warned this thing. This is definitely, this storm is really getting its act together over Fort Stockton. Doesn't have incredibly large hail, but right in here, it looks like there's a pretty good kind of notch in this thing. And then we have winds wrapping around this way. This looks like our next area of interest here, and just to the south of Fort Stockton. I would not be surprised if they gave this a warning pretty soon, because I don't know if that's necessarily a tornado on the ground just yet, but this is definitely a strong area of rotation that is developing. And with these storms, this could plant something pretty quick. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I would not be surprised, though, if they issued a tornado warning just to the south of Fort Stockton, because this storm is really getting its act together quick. Looks like we even have some hail developing. That's a sign of a really strong updraft. This really hot air is getting sucked up into this storm, and not good news. Don't like the look of that. Just to the south of Kermit. Yikes. Yeah, this I could see a tornado right here, maybe just to the south of Kermit. No, I don't think there's any debris with this. Nah, not really. Just a lot of noise. But, I mean, here's your hook down here. Starting to wrap up. We'll have to keep an eye on that. All right. Well, let's go up here. And we'll come back to these storms in just 1 second. I do think that we could get an extension of that tornado warning. Still only have 1 tornado warning for the entire United States. We have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. For those that are just joining us, we're covering on Outbreak. We are covering the enhanced risk down here. And let me just pull up the Storm Prediction Center just to give everyone a quick update, and then we'll go right back to our storms. We're covering this enhanced risk of storms. This is for central and southern parts of kind of eastern Texas. We've got 1 tornado watch, 1 severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch is the north. Tornado watch is to the south. We have a couple areas of storms right now that are forming. We also have this big line of storms that extends all the way from Illinois down into portions of eastern Oklahoma. So probably going to be a stormy day anywhere along this line. And then your severe weather is bingo right to the south in South Texas. So that's what we're covering today. That's what we got going on. And that's why we're doing some outbreaks. So we'll keep on this until these storms die down. Oh, yikes. I do not like the look of that. Do not like the look of that one bit. I do not like the look of that either. Yikes. Both of these are starting to have some pretty nasty radar images here. Kermit, this is really starting to wrap up just to the south of Kermit. Kermit's probably getting slammed with some big hail right now. Just to the south of Kermit, you've got this appendage right here, which that's where we have our observed tornado warning. And this actually is what concerns me. This bright red, these winds are going to get pulled into this storm because red is going away from the radar. So these winds are moving away from the radar. They're moving this way. And then you've got your green, that's going towards the radar. So green, these winds are moving this way. So this, as these really strong winds get sucked into this storm, it's gonna keep moving and then start to wrap up on the backside. So this could be a developing area of rotation that I think this doesn't scream tornado on the ground to me. This says developing tornado. Raymond, are you covering Monday risk? Yep, absolutely. We will be covering Monday's risk. We will talk about that if there's a lull. But yeah, we're definitely gonna talk about Monday's risk because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. All right, so we just got a new tornado warning, and did you guys hear that? Let's check back in with Dan. Dan, let's go ahead and put Dan on the big screen here because it looks like he's got some interesting. Dan, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just south of Kermit. We do have some rotation. I'm not seeing anything lowering necessarily that's concerning.
Okay.
But yeah, there is some rotation.
Okay.
I don't know how well you can see what's outside my windshield.
Okay. Yeah, that we can see it pretty good. It looks like, just from looking at Dan's image here. First of all, this is actually pretty cool. You can see the shelf there. That's the bottom of the cloud. It still looks pretty elevated, Dan. The storm looks pretty. It doesn't look like there's any necessarily significant lowerings just yet. But still a pretty well organized storm. It still looks like the cloud base is fairly high. Is that what you're seeing, Dan?
Yeah. There's maybe a wall cloud ahead of me. I don't know. I'm with less visibility. I'm reluctant to just kind of blindly drive into whatever.
Yeah.
Other folks are. I'm just gonna sit here and watch it for a few minutes. But it does look like there is a bit of a lowering in front of me.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's definitely on yeah, and I can see right at the center of that frame. There's
Kind of
definitely
right
a
there.
yep. There's definitely this storm is really trying to wrap up, and there's some really strong winds pushing into it. And so, once there's a couple of cells actually that are being absorbed by this thing. Once this storm kind of absorbs those cells, that's when we could have some problems with it. I think it's pretty clear there isn't a tornado on the ground, and they actually just changed the tornado warning to a radar indicated tornado warning. But still, I think this storm is going to be trouble as it continues to move off to the east. So we'll keep checking in with you, Dan. If you see anything too, feel free to let us know.
Okay, thanks.
And Dan, did you hear? Are you listening to the audio? Are you able to hear the audio of this too?
I am, and I did not hear this last one either.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, because
Double check your audios. Yeah, double check your audio selection. Make sure that it's the source where that either OBS or you might even try to see if you can select the GR Earth window source.
Okay, that's weird because it's like, well, when I go to my mic on, I think, are you talking about on StreamYard or are you talking about an OBS?
On StreamYard.
Okay, yeah. When I look at my audio settings, it just like my three settings are just the microphone. Like it just says it's like microphone. It doesn't actually say OBS, which is weird.
Gotcha.
But yours does say OBS. Like my camera says OBS, but my audio, like for my mic, it doesn't give me an OBS choice, which is weird. Anyway, all right. Be safe, Dan. We'll check back in with you in just a sec.
Thanks. We'll see you.
All right. So, and while we were, look at this. So while we were talking, this was that storm that we just said we think there's going to be a tornado warning that's issued for it. This is that cell to the south that looked like we could get some rotation or we could have a warning here. And it still looks like a pretty broad area of rotation. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is for just to the south of Fort Stockton. This includes central Pecos County in southwestern Texas. You guys are under a radar indicated tornado warning for large hail and the possibility of a tornado. Now, if we would look on velocity here, still a pretty broad area of rotation, winds moving this way. So here's where you would have your tornado. So just to kind of the south of Fort Stockton. But if we put this in motion and we look at the last couple frames, that's right there. That was about 10 minutes ago. Sorry. This was about 10 minutes ago. This was what prompted the warning. And then if we look, that was what prompted the warning. So we look at that. That looks pretty strong. And then just in the last couple of frames, I think, it looks like we actually lost a little bit of that. Let's look here and see from this radar. What do we got? Let's see if I can find a better radar. Yikes. A little bit of a radar hole here. Yeah, the Midland radar looks like it's the best one. So, right here, it looks like this is almost getting cut off here. There could be a tornado in this. Yeah, look at that hook right there. There's where your tornado would be if you would have one. So this storm is a dangerous storm just to the south of Fort Stockton. Fort Stockton, I think this is a pretty rural area, but Highway 285, if you got any chasers on there, we've got a dangerous storm coming your way with an area of big hail and then it looks like possibly a wrapping up storm here. So we'll have to keep an eye on this storm. This is a dangerous storm, though, that could be dropping a tornado or could be about to drop a tornado just to the south of Fort Stockton, Texas. And looking at our northern cell with that's Dan's on, this is just a look at that hail core. Dan, hopefully you're to the south of that hail core that just moved through Kermit. There's some pretty big hail being dropped. So folks in Kermit probably just got hailed on pretty hard. But just like we had said, this big chunk of rain is getting sucked into this storm. And let's just show you in motion to see what it's like, right? So that area of rain is going to get sucked into that storm, and it's probably going to take a little bit for the storm to recover from that rain, from these kind of other cells that are merging into. And just look at the last couple of frames here, right? It's isolated. Now rain is starting to mix in here with this storm, so I think it's probably going to recycle. Yeah, it really kind of. Well, a little bit. Nah, that's really on the backside of it. There probably wouldn't be anything there. But we still have this, strong area of inflow here with this area of outflow. But it's probably going to take a second for this storm to recycle. Once it does, though, we saw yesterday this happen over and over and over again, where these storms had little things to the south that they kind of got sucked up into the storm. And then once that merger was complete, boom, plant, huge tornado. So we're going to have to, I think that this is, in the short term, this is good news. But in about 15 minutes here, maybe 10, this storm could go ballistic. So that's the storm that Dan's on right now. Also have another severe thunderstorm warning. Have a couple of storms actually trying to form behind it. Just to the north of Pecos, Texas. Another one just to the south of Toyo, Texas, along Interstate 20. That one's through thunderstorm warned. Has some big hail. Not too concerned yet about. Oh, yikes. I do not like the look of that. This storm just to the south of Fort Stockton keeps looking worse and worse. Let me actually try to share my screen too. Give me 1 second here. Oh. Sorry, guys. Just we'll look at this storm in just a sec. I just want to get this. I want to try and get these warnings working. All right. Hopefully this doesn't cause a crazy echo. Uh-oh. Is that causing some sort of crazy echo? If you guys can let me know in the chat, hopefully this isn't causing like double audio to being played. Yikes. Dan, you're not hearing double audio through my stream, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Well, let's make sure this doesn't. So Dan, I think maybe what the issue was On my OBS, I had my desktop. I think it was turned down all the way, and now it's turned down to turn down, or I turned the audio up. So maybe, hopefully, that should fix it. I guess we'll find out. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back here. Oh, okay. It looks like we just got a tornado, a confirmed tornado with this Fort Stockton cell. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this Fort Stockton cell. This is a confirmed tornado. This was confirmed by weather spotters, and it looks like that this storm, and this was confirmed at about 4:06 p.m. Central. So this was about 6 minutes ago that weather spotters confirmed that there is a tornado on the ground with this thing. So just south of Fort Stockton, Texas, about to cross Highway 285, there is a confirmed tornado. It looks like, yikes. See, this is what, oh gosh, sometimes you just can't get a good look at the velocity because this is a complete radar hole. And now my stream seems to be lagging. Let's see, that radar is chalked. This radar is, yikes, not showing us really any good. So yeah, I think we're just going to have to use radar for the moment being. I'm not sure what happened to the velocities here, but we do have probably a tornado on the ground here just to the south of Fort Stockton, Texas. You've got your inflow here. You've got your outflow here. Here's where your tornado is. Look at that appendage. Looks like a thumb, right? That's where your tornado would be, right in there. Possibly a damaging tornado on the ground right now just to the south of Fort Stockton, Texas. Let's go back here and look at the storm that Dan is on up here to the north. Yeah, this thing is going to take a second here to recycle. It's just a big kind of mess right now of and this doesn't even look like it's updated. 512. Okay, it has. So look, this Kermit storm is really kind of trying, but that rain that's getting sucked in there is really hindering it right now. And I think it looks like Dan's driving right through the rain, so that's not fun. But this is looks like our main event right now. Possibly a tornado warning, or possibly a tornado on the ground just south of Fort Stockton, Texas. Yikes. Abilene looks like you're about to get a severe thunderstorm warning, or about to get a severe thunderstorm that is packing some decent size hail, about an inch and a half, maybe a little bit higher. The southern suburbs of Abilene, Texas, going to get some hail moving in. Another storm that's behind it. That doesn't look as bad, to be honest. It's still some pretty large hail. So hail about an inch and a half, maybe a little bit more. All right. Let's go ahead and check back in with Dan. Dan, what are you? It seems like you're stuck in some pretty heavy rain right now. Is there any hail?
We've got some small hail right now. Nothing crazy. I'm right now on Highway 18, headed back towards I-20. So I'm kind of riding the north side of that cell to the south of the tornado warn cell.
Okay. So I think he's basically like right in here somewhere. Are you so say that again, what highway are you on?
I'm on 18, headed southeast towards I-20. And if you could mute and unmute me as you need to.
Yep, I can do that. That's perfect. Yeah, so Dan is right going into the thick of this, about to be in Mohannis, I think, Texas. So I think, Dan, you're gonna try and get on Highway 20 and go north up that highway.
So I'm gonna go on I-20, and I want to break out in front of it.
Yeah.
Looks like that southern cell that I'm riding the north side of. Looks like it's got a little bit of rotation, so it may
Yeah.
be wanting to play game as well.
Yep. Yeah, I think all of these are going to want to, Odessa, you got a pretty nasty storm coming your way. But Dan, drive safe, brother. Go ahead and focus on driving. I'll bring you back, and I can meet you whenever you're done on. So no worries there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so Dan Wallace is driving through the thick of it right now. I think he's like right in here, just based upon how heavy the rain is. So Dan's plan, I love it, right? We love to talk in alliterations here. Dan's plan is to drive along Highway 18, get on Highway 20, and drive up Highway 20. And he's trying to get out in front of both of these two cells right here. He's trying to get out in front of this cell and get out in front of this cell. And I think that puts him in a pretty good position to be able to make a move just in case this starts to develop rotation, just in case this storm kind of isolates. And I mean, it still has that look, even though we've got a bunch of rain with this thing and starting to absorb this storm. Once it kind of pulls away, if it can, it still has a tornado warning on it with I think, once again, this is radar indicated, but if it can pull away, I would not be surprised if this thing gets its act together quickly, especially if it starts to ride along a boundary. It still has really strong inflow right in here, rushing into this thing. So if it can just get its act together and get organized on the outflow here and the rear flank downdraft, it could spin something up pretty quick. The storm to the south that Dan is talking about looks pretty ragged from a rotation perspective. It doesn't look like there's much rotation with it just yet. This storm to the north is much better organized in terms of the inflow that this thing has got screaming into it and is even wrapping around and the outflow here. So if this thing can just get a little bit of a break, I think there could be trouble. So I think that's the storm that Dan is going to try and do. Dan's going to try out and get out in front of it on Highway 20. And is going to be moving towards Odessa. So Odessa, this is your. Well, I think we talked about you guys a little bit ago, but you got a nasty storm coming your way that could be a problem here, in the near term. So, yikes! All right, this is our storm to the south in Fort Stockton. Still has an observed tornado warning. This expires in about 25 minutes. The storm's moving pretty slow, about 15 miles an hour. And really strong. Oh, yikes. Don't like to see that. I think this probably has a tornado on the ground. Be right in here. Just to the west of Highway 285, you've got what likely is a tornado that is forming or is about to form or is on the ground. That's pushing due east. The good news is it looks like this is fairly remote. Let me see if I can switch to a better view here. Gosh, I don't like the green because it doesn't give me any roads. Let's see if this gives me some roads. Okay, that actually does give me some roads. I think if I go to the green here. We're working out the kinks here. We're working out the kinks here on the stream. I don't like, I like it to be yikes. See, the green doesn't give any roads. What are we doing? Come on. Give me some roads. Kyle Davidson says some thunderstorms hitting St. Louis right now. Yep. Kyle, we'll go ahead and check that out in just a sec. Love that. Hopefully you're having a good time in St. Louis. Yikes. So we can see if the blue is better. Blue doesn't give any roads either. Gosh. All right. Well, let's go to our gray. All right. That's a little better. Okay. So Fort Stockton, just to the southeast, this is definitely a really strong storm. And I would not be surprised if they continue this tornado warning. I know it expires in about 23 minutes. This one is about 7. Our storm to the north that Dan is on right now, about to kind of pushing into the west suburbs of Odessa. This warning expires in 7 minutes. I would not be surprised if they let this expire. I mean, there is an area of rotation here, but it's still pretty broad. And to be honest, with all the rain getting sucked in, it's going to be hard for a tornado to form unless this kind of slot can stay clear, stay rain free. This is a pretty big mess right now of storms. All right, let's go take a look at the let me just go look at St. Louis right now to see. Yeah, St. Louis got some nasty. I mean, these storms aren't too bad. Just some kind of summer thunderstorms. I guess we're not even at summer yet, but definitely some lightning. So if you're outside watching someone play softball, I am not surprised that there's a lightning delay. That's probably for the best, because there's a bunch of storms kind of moving through St. Louis right now. Some of the north have lightning. The ones in St. Louis have a little bit of lightning just on the south side, but nothing too bad. We're going to go back to our tornado our tornado warnings in just a sec. Just want to take a look at these storms up here in Chicago. I know we have a couple people watching in the Chicago area. One severe thunderstorm warning. This storm is going to lift way to your north. Probably no tornado threat with this yet. But and honestly, it looks like the actual city of Chicago might get the classic gap, right? Maybe some of these storms actually might miss. They might miss to the north, they might miss to the south. So another severe thunderstorm warning right now off to the east of Springfield. About to move into Houston, Missouri. Sometimes I get lost on what state I'm in. We'll bring Dan back in just a sec, too. Did want to quickly bring up the other view because it's always cool to see the satellite, as well as the lightning that's occurring. Another severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of southeast of Springfield. Actually, this is in Arkansas. Little Rock is getting hit just to the south of you guys. Some those storms look. Wow. Okay, a little bit of an appendage there. Fountain Lake. Nah, pretty meh. That's like what we call on the. I'm sure there's more of an official term, but if we look at that rotation, it's meh. Pretty meh rotation. Probably why it's severe thunderstorm warned and not tornado warned. And this storm just to the south of Little Rock, Arkansas, packing a punch wind-wise. So Sheridan. About to get some strong winds there. A lot of lightning with that thing. My goodness, though. Pretty strong updraft there. Let's check in on our storms in Oklahoma. So good news. No more severe thunderstorm warning with this one. So still a lot of lightning. So if you're in eastern Oklahoma, especially southeastern Oklahoma, the kids are outside playing a ball game or anything like that, get them inside. We got some storms coming that'll bring in some severe weather, or that'll bring in some hail and some other things like that. We don't want outside. Scott says, thanks for your coverage. Yeah, no problem, Scott. We got to jump around to all of these storms down here aren't going anywhere. So we've got two active tornado warnings in the entire United States. 15 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 flash flood warnings. That's actually just to the west of Fort Stockton. Really, all of Texas, all of central and kind of southern Texas. You guys have got to be on the alert tonight because these storms are going to push to the east, and as they do, more storms are probably going to form out in front. And we're going to have some, Waco, Austin, San Antonio, all of you guys are going to get a lot. Probably you're going to get a lot of rain tonight, and that's going to be a problem for flooding. Maybe some strong winds. I don't think the tornado threat in East Texas is going to be significant tonight. I think the tornado threat's probably going to be the greatest over the next couple of hours here, and then it's going to diminish throughout the evening. These storms right now, it looks like I would not be surprised if this tornado warning was allowed to expire just to the east of Kermit. Expires in 2 minutes. I bet if I read this, okay, they didn't say it. Sometimes they say it's going to be allowed to expire. This Fort Stockton storm is nasty though. And if we look at let's look at the velocity here to see. Yikes. Sometimes it does this with this radar. Just can't really see. Let's see if I can different angle here. Okay. Well, still an observed tornado warning though. This was at 4:06 Central, so they're still keeping it as an observed tornado. So I would treat this like there is a tornado on the ground, but this is in a little bit of a radar hole. So it's hard for me to truly tell while this kind of scattering occurs whether or not we've got a tornado. Let me see if I can look at a different radar and see what. Let me look at GR Analyst. Let's see if GR Analyst can tell me. Oh no. Okay. Never mind. My trial period has ended. Isn't that just the worst when your trial period ends on something? You get a trial for something that's really great, like a show or a movie, and then it just ends. All right. It looks like the tornado warning just to the east of Odessa has been allowed to expire. So that's good. So that tornado warning, it's just once this storm kind of figures itself out, we still could have, it's just getting, all this rain is just messing it up in a good way. If you live in Odessa, that's what you want to see. But doesn't look like there's really an immediate tornado threat with this storm. I feel bad for Dan if he's driving through it right now. This is just a massive rain. And Dan is probably trying to get out in front of this thing. But this storm to the south is our problem. That's the problem right now. Is this storm just to the south of Fort Stockton. A lot of lightning here. A clear appendage. Right in there. That's where your tornado would be. So about to cross Highway 285. Any chasers in that area, take this storm seriously because it does have that classic supercell look. It's definitely a supercell. It definitely has large hail. We got inflow flowing in here. Trying to wrap around on the backside. Definitely a hook. Could have a tornado on the ground with this thing. I don't know what is going on with this radar that's just preventing it from showing me what I want to see. Yeah, this is just too. Let's see if I can do a different tilt. It just might be the storm is impacting it. Yeah, yikes. All right, but I know this is kind of like a ghost image, but that's our rotation right in there. I know it's kind of hard to see, but you've got a little bit of blue right in there. And then you got your red right in here. So there's your rotation. Possibly a tornado on the ground here. So this expires in 13 minutes. So this will give us a good indication to see if because my guess, at least I hope the National Weather Service is able to see a better image than this, because this image, I don't know how you're gonna I don't know how you're going to be able to confidently say if this is a tornado warning or not still when this expires. All right. Well, we'll keep following this storm. Wait, hold on. Let me see if that's okay. So that's a little bit. I mean, this regardless, this thing has winds just flowing in this thing, and I guess the winds would be kind of pushing out like this. All right. So while we're kind of waiting to get a better image on that radar, let's. I do want to quickly show. I want to quickly show what we're looking at for tomorrow, and I guess not tomorrow, more Monday and the days to come, because Monday actually could be a bigger day than today. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all of those days we have the potential for some strong storms. This is I guess actually let's go back. Let's look at our date. So I mean, still tomorrow we could get some storms in southern Texas. Slight risk, nothing too crazy. But if we look at day 3, so this is Monday, we already have an enhanced risk of some strong storms. This is Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wichita, Kansas, Lincoln, Nebraska, Topeka, Kansas. All of you guys are in this. It's this enhanced risk. This is an enhanced right now. I think if we read it, they talk about the possibility of it being updated. Model trends will also need to be monitored for a more favorable quarter of strong tornadoes and giant hail, which may necessitate. I almost thought it said resuscitate. Here, sorry, you guys can't even see that. Which may. I thought this said resuscitate for a second, and I was like, what is but necessitate greater severe probabilities for Monday in a later outlook. So what's greater than enhanced? That's moderate. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Monday. Monday could be a big day. Definitely not a slam dunk though, right? I think there's some favors working against it. And it's clear the National Weather Service thinks it's we're still a couple days out and things change. Things are going to change. I can almost guarantee you things are going to change between now and Monday. But there is a potential that Monday could be a pretty nasty day. And I would not be surprised if things continue to trend the way they are, that Monday could be a day that we might see an enhanced risk. Or, I mean, we already have an enhanced risk. We might even see a moderate risk. Yikes. Sorry, I'm just moving a window here. And I mean, we also have the possibility on Tuesday. Let's go back and look at Tuesday. I mean, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. This is their day 4, day 5. Let me zoom out so you can see a little bit better. Start with day 4. This is Tuesday, already a 5th. And when we see these things, right, this is not a guarantee, but whenever the National Weather Service, this is like their day 4 through 8 forecast. And so a lot does change, but whenever you see like them issue a 15%, on day 4, 5, and 6, that's a pretty good indicator that there's going to be some strong storms. There'll be some strong storms in and around the area. And there could be more than I would expect, maybe even, we got Dan back. Dan, we'll bring you in just a sec, but I would expect even maybe these probabilities, especially Wednesday. Wednesday could be a bad day. This is Wednesday right now, 15% risk. Ohio Valley is the areas that we're looking at right now. And on day 4, it's similar areas, the Ohio Valley, and portions, of just to the east of just to the west of Ohio. So Illinois, Indiana, and then some of those same areas on day 6, but even extending all the way into Arkansas and Missouri. So really a multi-day severe weather threat that we expect over the next week. Next week is going to be a busy week. The good news is I'm home this next week, so I'm going to be able to go live and be in my kind of normal setup. Hopefully we get the warnings working by then. But we are going to have a multi-day severe weather threat next week. That is not going to be good news, that's for sure. And I'm looking to see if I can find some of the because some people on Twitter showed a couple of analogs, which is always good to look at. Give me just 1 second. I thought I had it. Wait. Another thing I wanted to point out is this is the Storm Prediction Center. This is for Sunday. More heavy rain to the south. Yikes! I don't know what the heck that comment is to the right, but more heavy rain in the south. So eastern portions of Texas, moderate risk. This is for rain, not for storms. This is for rain. But on Sunday, there's going to be a lot of storms that we get the training over the same areas, and we could get some flooding. Flooding is going to be a problem for eastern portions of Texas on Sunday, continuing into Monday morning. Even into portions of Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. Going to get a lot of the same, kind of rain or a lot of the same storms moving over. Looks like we've got a new tornado warning. And did you guys? Oh God, I don't think the I don't think the warning worked. Did it? Did you guys hear that warning? I bet not. All right. So we got a new tornado warning. And ooh, yikes. Okay, we're gonna get to this in just a second, but I'll just leave this on. I need to grab a quick glass of water real quick. And please let me know in the chat if you heard that. If you heard that warning or not. I'm hoping that you did. If not, that's we're gonna have to investigate that. All right, I'll be right back. All right, sorry guys, I'm back. All right, so yikes. So Jess says it didn't work. I don't know what is going on. I don't understand why it's not working. Okay, so we have a new tornado warning that was just issued, and that's for the same storm that produced or that we've been worried about. We now have two warnings, both for this same storm. The warning to the north expires in about a minute, so I think that probably will expire. But here's your problem area. Here's your area of rotation. I think a couple of minutes ago, we actually had a little bit of a stronger area of rotation. Yeah, look at that, gross. And then okay, there it comes back on. So I mean, yikes, right there. You see that? You see just in the last frame, that to that. There probably is a tornado on the ground. I would not be surprised if there's a tornado on the ground with this thing right here. See where the green touches the red? That's your tornado. That's a pretty strong signal here. If I look at so no real debris just yet, but classic hook shape, classic inflow notch. This thing's had the look for a while now. So I'm actually surprised it hasn't produced more tornadoes. And look at that. Just updated to a gosh, it's crazy. It's crazy when you could look on radar and say that's probably on the ground. They just updated this to a confirmed tornado. So this is a confirmed tornado, a damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters. And this is for let's see. This is for doesn't tell me where this is going to be. Well, I mean, I know where it is, but it's about 20 miles to the southeast of Fort Stockton, moving southeast. It's moving pretty slow. 15 miles an hour is a pretty slow moving tornado, but it's about to cross Highway 285. I know we've been saying that for a little while now, but this is a dangerous storm that does have a confirmed tornado, an observed tornado on the ground that is just about to move across Highway 285. Right there. There's where your tornado is. This thing is sliding to the south and east. The good news is I don't think this is an incredibly populated part of the country. But still, looks like there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this thing. Wow, yeah. Yikes. Oh, wow. So I'm looking on Twitter. I'm not going to show this because I don't want to steal anyone's content. But there was for this Fort Stockton storm has produced. Yikes. Yeah, definitely a tornado right in there. This Fort Stockton storm has produced a couple of tornadoes. About maybe 30 minutes ago and then about 18 minutes ago. And my goodness, that's a beautiful tornado. Oh man. I wish I could show you an image. But I do not. I don't want to. Or not that I don't want to, but I don't want to take anyone's content. Right. So it looks like that other tornado warning was allowed to expire. So we only have one tornado warning right now. No PDS, Raymond. No, this is a just an observed tornado warning. I think PDS tornado warnings are issued. They're issued mainly when you have a observed tornado, but it's over generally a populated area. So that's their way of like saying, "Hey, this is a dangerous situation." You know, it's their way to kind of get people to shelter. It looks. I don't think this is not an incredibly populated area of the country. So that's good because that means that that's why they're not issuing a PDS tornado warning. I don't think. Now this turned into a massive wedge, maybe, but because this isn't very populated, this is still an observed tornado that's on the ground, right? I mean, we can see it right there. It is right there. But it's over a pretty rural area with not a very many population, or not a ton of people that live there. So that's probably why this is not a PDS warning, I don't think. Jody Harris says, "Hey, Stormcat 5. Hey, Jody Harris, how are you? Glad you could join the stream." A little Southwest Texas. Yeah, Scott. This is a little Southwest Texas action. This is just to the southeast of Fort Stockton, Texas. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Look at the yikes. Look at this mess. This is just, I know Dan's trying to get back in here. I think Dan's having some, my guess is Dan's moving through this big splotch of rain, but look at the oh, that's gross. These storms have all merged into one big blob. And yeah, that's why the storm to the south being isolated like that. That's why we've got your tornado. This stuff to the north is just a big blob of rain now, and it's going to be really hard unless one of these storms can break off. It's going to be really hard for any tornadoes to spawn from these things, because you just got too much rain, too much clutter. Odessa is just going to get pounded with rain. Dan, let's get a quick check in on Dan real quick. Dan, I'll go ahead and unmute you. Where are you now? Wait, I can't unmute you. I think oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I've abandoned the cells up along I-20. I'm headed south.
Okay. Yeah, it's just formed one big mess, right? It looks like, are you out in front of it? Looks like you've got out in front of the rain at least.
Yeah, I'm south on FM 1053.
1053. Okay, I got you. Okay, so Dan is somewhere along this. Let me put this big screen. Dan is somewhere along this highway. He's driving to the south. And if I zoom out here, oh yikes! If I zoom out here, Dan, are you going to try? If you're going to try and catch this tornado-producing cell down in Fort Stockton, I will say there also is another cell just to the southwest of Pecos, Texas. It's still pretty small at this point, but it does have a little, it's clearly a developing supercell. With this kind of structure here, it's a mini one, beat that, but I think Dan is really going for the only game in town right here, which is just south of Fort Stockton. I think we lost Dan again, so we'll come back to Dan in just a bit. All right. So once again, if you're just joining us, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground, or that was just on the ground, just to the southwest of Fort Stockton, Texas. That storm has moved through Fort Stockton. Still is a flash flood warning for Fort Stockton. So you guys just got hit pretty hard with some big hail. Or sorry, a lot of rain. But we only have one tornado warning right now, and that's this storm that we're looking at right here on the main screen, just to the southeast of Fort Stockton, Texas. And oh, yikes. This may be starting to recycle, but these winds, you never want to see a big uptick in these inflow winds, because that means, and you've got bright red on the other side. I think. Let's just look at the past couple frames. Okay, so this is 544. Definitely tornado. That's what prompted the observed tornado. This is 546. Definitely still a tornado on the ground. This is 549. Possibly a tornado still on the ground. This is 552. This is the most recent strike. So it looks like we could, maybe this may have lifted for just a second, but I would, as this kind of inflow becomes dominant and kind of this circulation in here kind of dies, this inflow is going to become dominant and could drop an even bigger tornado. Because this is a strong, strong burst of winds just getting sucked into this thing. And then you've got winds wrapping around the backside. So I would, this is a dangerous storm. So if you're chasing this thing, please be safe. Because we've got a dangerous storm right now. With and really there's nothing that's going to stop this thing, I don't think. Just nothing in front of it. It's like you're driving on the freeway and there's no one in front of you. The only thing that's going to stop your car is if you put the brakes on yourself. There's no annoying people in the fast lane blocking you. I know I hate that. That is one of my pet peeves is when and if you're watching and you're in the fast lane and you're going the speed limit or below, or you're going below the speed limit, maybe get over a little bit. I'm not as bad as Phil though. I don't have road rage. Not nearly as bad as Phil. But if you're driving under the speed limit in the fast lane, maybe get over. But that's what this storm is right now. This storm is in the fast lane and there's nothing out in front of it. There's no cars out in front of it blocking it. The only thing that's going to get in its way is itself. These temperatures we've had 90-degree temperatures all day out in front of this thing. So plenty of energy for this thing to cook. It's like that Russell Wilson meme, let him cook. Let him cook. Let this storm cook. And just for this view that we're looking at, we've got the Storm Prediction Center. That's the outlook. We've got the visible satellite here. We've got another radar. That's our GR Earth radar that kind of helps us with the warnings, helps us with hail. And that's actually the same radar, the GR Earth GRNLS that the National Weather Service uses. That's pretty cool that we have access to that. All thanks to Ryan and Allison House. And then in the kind of the very right corner of the screen, that's Blitzer Tongue. It's a really cool website that tracks the lightning. I can even, so every time, let me zoom in on it too, so you guys can see it better. But every time you see a little ping, that's a new lightning strike. Could be a cloud to ground, could be a cloud to cloud. All right, let's go ahead and let's bring Dan back here. Dan, I'm going to go ahead and bring it back. I'm going to unmute you now. What are you targeting? Are you targeting the Fort Stockton cell, or are you targeting that supercell just to the south of Pecos?
Right now, I'm looking at the Fort Stockton cell. I chased that area last year, and I'm familiar with the area.
Okay.
But I don't know. What do you think of that Pecos cell?
It's and just for everyone too, the Pecos cell is this one here. That's just south of Pecos, Texas. I think that's Pecos Hank, by the way. If anyone, Pecos Hank is named after, I think, this part of Texas. But Dan, it's pretty small and definitely has some hail, so strong updraft. There's really there's not a lot of rotation on it. It's pretty weak rotation. And if I look at the past couple frames here, it's from when it started, it definitely has grown in size a little bit, but it's still kind of just petering along here. So if it can maybe start to ride along of the boundary of the northern cell, maybe, but the the gate. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, with the warm sector, I'm thinking the Fort Stockton cell is going to probably be better.
I agree. I mean, Dan, do you know that's a pretty rural part of the country, right? There's not a lot of like towns or places down there. Is that true?
Yeah. So right now I've got directions in for Sanderson, which is going to get me kind of in front of that cell. I'm going to vector myself in front of it and position there on the south side. It's only moving now. It looks like forward speed's about 8 knots, so it's not very fast. I can get around that cell.
Yeah, it is moving really slow. Now, are you going to drive? Are you going to try and go down 285? Do you think?
Negative. I'm going to probably take I-10. Well, I'll just kind of play it by ear. What exactly will get me south? But plans are to get in front of it.
Yeah, you've got to, and this is actually, well, for those that are watching too, this is actually a really cool picture into like storm chasing. And so Dan is up here. Dan is like, I think somewhere in this area, and he's got to figure out how does he get to the south of this thing? How does he swing to the south? And to do when you storm chase, it's not like he can just take a direct line, right? That's not how these roads work out here. You've got certain road networks that are good, certain road networks that get you there, and some of these areas don't have road networks that'll get you there, right? So, Dan's got to essentially, Dan's trying to decide he's going to come down 285 and punch through the center of this thing. That's probably not smart because that tornadic circulation that's there is literally riding right along 285. So Dan's probably going to have to come down here, go on Highway 10, and maybe go down 349, or maybe go on this 2886, right? And that's hopefully a paved road. That's another thing too you got to think about. Some of these might not be paved roads, just because we got 2886. That could be a paved road. That could also be a dirt road, right? We don't know. You only know if you've chased down in this part of the country. So this is a little like purview into storm chasing right now and deciding how is he going to get down in front of this thing without driving right through it, right? You don't want to drive right through this storm because, a tornado could literally, as we saw yesterday, could sneak up on you.
Yeah, I can tell you that FM 2886 is paved, but it's really long and windy. So it is an option, but it's not my first option.
Yeah, it does look really long and really windy. I think I'm just gonna put like an outline that's going, and it could get a little bit wet. So that does not look like a fun drive. That's for sure. Anyone else in the chat? Anyone else in the chat been on these roads before? Has anyone else chased in this part of the country before? I'd love to hear what your guys' thoughts are if you know, or maybe you're looking up on Google Maps. Maybe you could find out for us if any of these roads are paved or not.
So I just crossed into Pecos County line.
Oh, cool. Okay, Dan, are you seeing a lot? Are there a lot of chasers out right now today?
Yeah, there were actually a few on the cell to the north that I was on. I'm sure they've since left it and are doing the same thing.
Okay.
And if you look at the chasers that are down on that cell southeast of Fort Stockton, you'll see a break right there at the storm. So that's kind of a telltale of where the tornado would quite likely be.
Yeah. Yep. There is looking at velocity right now. I mean this thing is going to keep going for a while because it's dropped. Dan, I saw on Twitter from a couple of different people, this thing has dropped already a big tornado, a couple of big tornadoes. It looks like mostly over rural parts, but this thing has already dropped tornadoes, has a history of producing tornadoes, and has a just nothing to stop it out in front. So that's the cell to target, and Dan is right on the money here to target that Fort Stockton cell, or just to the south of Fort Stockton. And just to kind of talk about the chasers, this is GR Earth. These green dots, yikes! This is actually really fun to see. Any of these green cars, those are storm spotters. So just look at the storm spotters on this thing, and it's always fun to just kind of watch. So that's this wind. I think along this road is that's that windy road that Dan was talking about. That seems like a lot of storm spotters went on. And just look at them. Yikes. Look at these guys. These guys are insane. I mean, just getting in. There's Brandon Clement, Stephen Jones, getting in the heart. I mean, because if there's a tornado, it's going to be right in here. So these guys are literally just right on top of this storm. And it looks like Jaden maybe gave up here. But, I mean, first of all, look at these guys just punching through the core. That is crazy. I mean, that's what you call, if you got a rental car, good luck. But that's something I probably will never do, is punch through. When they say like core punching, that's literally taking your car and driving through the storm to get out in front of it, which is what these guys did. And they reported hail of 2.5 inches. So that's brutal. But these guys are right now in the Bears cage. So that's actually really cool to see, though. And look at this parade of storm chasers all moving down this road and trying to get out in front of it. Let me actually show the satellite here, because that'll be cool to see. So let me put this in motion to just kind of see how cool this is to look at. Looks like ants, right? That's cool. So we talk about storm chaser convergence. That is, and because there could be more people on this storm than even our, this is only storm spotters. This is only people that are official storm spotters. So there could be other people that are actually on this. But we talk about storm chaser convergence. This is storm chaser convergence. This is literally, this is a rural part of Texas. I mean, kind of if we look at, let's just pause this for a second. But I mean, looking at the satellite, it looks just a lot of desert, really dry. I mean, not a lot of, maybe some farmland down here, scattered houses, different places. Maybe some more. Yes, this is a little bit more of a populated area down here, just to kind of the south of the storm. But the area that they're in is just pretty, not very populated. And if anyone's living there, they're probably like, this is more cars than I've seen ever on this road at one point. And they're probably very confused. And it, yeah, okay, Ryan Schul's streaming. Yeah, so look, I mean, you've got, just zooming in here, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Probably around 30 people just in this very compact section of road. So that is what we call storm chaser convergence. And that is, you want to be far enough away from the tornado, because sometimes you can even get stuck in like a long Congo line of cars, and then it's hard to get away. So it's pretty hilarious to look at. All right, so let's look at the big picture again. Guys, I'd love to know in the chat, anyone watching, have you guys ever had storm chaser convergence? Have you guys ever experienced that? What's your worst? And maybe you haven't experienced it and you want to. Well, trust me, you don't. Maybe many of you guys have experienced traffic before. I'm sure. That's what storm chaser convergence is. It's traffic, but there's a tornado behind you. So let me know in the chat if you guys have had any experiences with that. All right, so big picture. We've got one tornado warning. That is that storm just to the southeast of Fort Stockton. We've got 13 severe thunderstorm warnings, most of which are in Texas. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning still in southeastern Oklahoma, just to the south of McAllister. And actually, it looks like that storm has moved out of that severe thunderstorm warning, so they're probably going to let that expire. I think it wasn't there, and then it just expired, or it's probably going to expire. A lot of lightning with these things, though. We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one in south southern Missouri, one in northern Arkansas. Winds 60 miles an hour. It looks like these are mostly for wind. Maybe some pea-sized hail. Nothing really too big. We have another severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like just to the east of St. Louis. So if you're watching in St. Louis, I know we had someone watching there. The storms are moving through now or have already moved through. But, yikes. A lot of lightning with these things. Moving through the southern suburbs of St. Louis right now. So, but just kind of blobs of storms, nothing tornadic, nothing incredibly severe at this point. Edwardsville, you got a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like a pretty nasty line there. Probably some pretty strong winds out in front of those. Oh yeah, look at that. There's your core of winds right now. This is just to the east of St. Louis. So got a kind of a really strong area of winds pushing off into marine. Pretty good chance you're going to get some severe wind gusts there. It's going to get pretty windy down in Edwardsville. Darn, barely missing the fun here. Well, hold on, Kyle. You're are you in downtown St. Louis or where are you in St. Louis? Because if you're on the southern side of St. Louis, you're getting in on the fun. Some people people like Kyle and I, we call that fun. Other people don't want to get hit by storms, right? But I do. I'm a freak. I'm a weird. I'm a weather nerd, so I like getting hit by big storms. Most people don't. But I think most people probably in the chat and watching are probably weather nerds to some degree. And then I think it looks like I know we've got some people watching in Chicago area. Oops, sorry. Bumped my mic. It looks like that the Chicago area, I guess just to the west, you guys are going to get hit, looks like in Chicago by something. But the biggest area of storms in Belvedere and Marengo, Illinois, that's kind of the biggest complex of storms right there. Milwaukee, you're about to get on the fun too. Pretty strong area of storms moving towards you guys. And actually, there's a lot of lightning in these things. So if you are there, please seek shelter. Don't. I think the National Weather Service says when thunder roars, go indoors. little corny, but it gets the message across. And that's what we want. I don't know if anyone knows the National Weather Service mascot, but it's a pretty ratty looking owl. So whenever I hear thunder roars go indoors, that makes me think of this mascot right here. Owly Skywarn. Let's see if I can get any pics. Okay, I've got one. Wow, why is that so small? That's our Owly Skywarn right there. So whenever I hear that phrase, thunder roar go, or when thunder roars go indoors, I think of this owl just like yelling at me, telling me I'm a bad person for being outside if it's thundering. It looks. I don't know if I think I'm a little creeped out by that, to be honest. Owly Skywarn. Okay, this is my backyard, Columbus. Ooh, I see some nasty storms going through southern Ohio. Of course, we're getting nothing here. I guess that's good for me in the stream. That means I won't lose power. Looks like some decent showers up near Duluth, Minnesota. You want to see them move over to the UP Peninsula. Yeah. Nothing too bad. Thanks. Get my water bottle away. Yeah, a little bit of a line. Yeah, a little bit of some shower activity. It actually looks like there might be some snow right here. I don't know. All right, let's go back. So that's our summary. Let's go back and check in on our only active tornado warning right now. This storm that we're looking at is for. Whoops, sorry, wrong view. This storm is for. Sorry, this tornado warning is for this Fort Stockton cell. I keep calling it the Fort Stockton cell because that's the only city that's near it. This storm is moving pretty slowly to the south. That's the storm that Dan is trying to go. I mean, just a massive hail core. So there's some pretty large hail on it. Still an observed tornado. So we still have an observed tornado warning for this storm. That means that storm spotters have seen a tornado on the ground. This was at 5. Okay. So this was at 5:14 Central. So this was about 2 minutes ago that there was a confirmed tornado on the ground. So it looks like this storm is still producing a tornado. And having that problem with the National Weather or with the radar here, or with the velocities here, so it's hard to tell. But the National Weather Service, I think we do have visual. Well, I don't have a visual, but that there is a tornado on the ground. There's, I mean, with all the storm chasers on this thing, yeah, I think there's definitely a tornado. I think there's definitely a tornado with this. With all the storm spotters that we have on this, if there's a tornado on the ground, they're going to be able to see it. It's a really flat. Well, I guess it's the field of vision is pretty good. So, Sierra 76 Spartan says south of Abilene, Texas. Are you saying that's where the storm is, or are you saying that's where you are right now, Spartan? Oh, yikes. Okay. Yeah, this is that cell just to the south of Abilene, Texas. A lot of lightning with this thing. It is severe thunderstorm warned. Not really much in the way of rotation, right? There's not really any couplets in here for me to circle, but there's a ton of lightning with this, and it looks like we've got hail about 2 inches. So big hail just to the south of Abilene, Texas, and Tuscola, Lawn, Texas, crossing Highway 84, Goldsboro, you're getting some pretty strong. You're getting a really strong storm right now. That's just dropping lightning left and right. Yeah, for sure. I'm just looking at the top left on the GR Earth. Look at all the storm chasers in that top screen up there. There's just a ton. So there's a tornado there. We do have some gorilla hail. I would encourage you guys to go over on Twitter and look at Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer took a picture of some pretty massive hail. That looks like just huge hail. Oh my gosh. Oh, we have I saw a report of a 4-inch hailstone in Kermit. That's crazy. Yeah, this was from oh my god, look at that. 3.8 inches. That's from Jake Nian on Twitter. Oh my god, look at that hail. That is crazy. So 3.8 inches in hail. Yeah. Could you imagine you're outside and that thing just falls to your right? You're just like, well, thank God I didn't die. Because that thing is enough to, if that hits you in the head, that's good luck. Good luck, my friend. Yikes. Let's see if we can find a better radar for this. Oh my gosh. Sorry, it's Owly. No problem, Scott. Autocorrect gets me all the time. I don't know if anyone else struggles with autocorrect, but autocorrect always gets me. Like on my phone, it stuff just autocorrects the stupidest stuff. All my friends will tell you that I'm not the best texter, but autocorrect just screws me over and over and over again. All right, still kind of dealing with this noise on the velocity. I'm trying to, let's see if I can, okay, that's a little bit of a better image. So looks like we still got a pretty strong couplet here with this tornado warning. Right in there. That's where your tornado is if it's still there. This warning expires in about 9 minutes. We still have a this is still a confirmed tornado warning. Let me see if I see anything else.
Tornado warning. South Central Pecos County in southwestern Texas. North Central Terrell County in southwestern Texas.
Okay. We got another tornado warning. I'm assuming you guys didn't hear that warning. Probably not. Let's go ahead and bring Dan back in. Dan, I just unmuted you. You want to give us, well, I guess, first of all, I'm assuming you did not hear that warning either.
I did not.
Okay. I don't understand what's wrong. Maybe we need to get to sync, but like I'm projecting my screen. Well, I guess I'm not projecting my screen, but I have my OBS studio up, and like, is there like include audio that you have to push or something to get it to come through?
On that, check your audio setting. What is your source?
So my source on StreamYard, or sorry, on OBS, my source is, it just says it's like a main monitor. It's like a screen capture.
Can you change it to something that is like system related?
Yeah, it's display capture. So there also is an audio input or audio output capture on OBS. Do I need to do that?
I'm not familiar with that, but on StreamYard, is there a selection for something system related?
I've got the communications,
Folks, this is
Microsoft
the exciting-
microphone array, like Intel smart sound technology for digital microphones. I've got my microphone array, Intel smart.
Yeah, try changing it to maybe the Microsoft or the Intel, and see. Maybe we'll let it run and see if it does something different. And folks, this is the excitement of live television, essentially.
Exactly. Hey, we're working on the kinks for Monday. For everyone watching, we're making sure we get these warnings out to you. And we're gonna look at this warning in just a second, and check this out. But this is live television, right? This is the great thing about the live stream. You guys get to see a little behind the scenes action here that we're checking out, and it gives you a little bit of like perspective of maybe how you could set this up yourself too, which is always cool. But
yeah, you got to troubleshoot on the fly.
Exactly. All right. Give me 1 second, folks. I will we'll put Dan's driving up here. So you can see what a great driver Dan is while I do this.
So where was the tornado warning?
I do see Carly Lewis says after the tornado yesterday near Robert Lee, Texas, anything is possible. The velocity on that was insane. Yeah, Carly, you are right. That is one of the craziest velocities and one of the craziest radar images I've ever seen. And real quick, while I try to fix this, I do want to quickly show that because while Carly is on that, that is I looked at this at the beginning of the stream, but this was an insane radar loop that we saw yesterday. And I'm actually going to pull up. This was from Star in a Box. I mean, so this was kind of the start of it yesterday. And then watch what happens here after. Look at the eye. Look at literally that is the radar from yesterday near Robert Lee, and that is a tornado right in the center part of your screen. And that is that is like an eye you would see on a hurricane. And that is absolutely crazy to see. I have never seen anything like that. I mean, look at that. Look at that. That literally looks like a hurricane with a pinhole eye. That's a tornado, folks. That is a tornado and then watch what it does here. Not only is that a pinhole eye in a tornado, but watch how it moves to the north. Look at that tornado. It moves, it was moving south, and then all of a sudden it switched and moved to the north. And oops, that's not the right view. That is just an absolutely insane thing to watch. I mean, just a crazy thing that we saw, radar loop that we saw yesterday. And kudos to I captured one of these, but this was actually captured by Star in a Box. So go give him a like on follow on Twitter to see that, because that was a crazy. I've never seen anything like that before. Let's go ahead and bring Dan back in. Dan, why don't you give us a quick update where you are?
I'm in Fort Stockton at the moment.
Okay, got it. What are you thinking? What are you thinking in terms of the getting to that storm?
Looking at that right now. I mean, I could come up behind it also. It can't stay on 285 forever.
Yeah, 280. I don't know if you can see my screen, but 285. You stay on that. You're gonna go right. I don't know what your windshield is like or how old your windshield is, but if you stay on 285, you're gonna go right into the hail core, and that's gonna be a cracked windshield probably. which, hey, would be entertaining for the stream, but I would not encourage that. I would not encourage you to do that, but you might, if you really want to, you can, but it's going to be gorilla sized, gorilla. I don't want to say gorilla hail, but that's what people always say. But this is a 2.75 inches or greater hail with this storm. Now, I guess, you could do 385, Dan. 385 might be able to get you. It just would kind of take you out of the way because you're trying to get to Sanderson, right? You're trying to get, I think Dan's trying to get down here to Sanderson, Texas here and it looks like there's a couple of ways to do that. He could take this. Wait, let me zoom in so we can see the roads here. He could take 385 down and then in Marathon and go through Sanderson. He could, if he's really crazy, he could core punch, but would not recommend that at this point. Or he could take Highway 10 and then go down 286 or 240, 2400. Those are the kind of different routes.
We're eastbound on I-10.
Oh, all right. So Dan is in was in Fort Stockton, and is now going east on I-10. So I think Dan is probably going to take the smart path and go. Let me just show you guys here. Go Highway 10 and probably down through there somewhere. So that's smart.
So 2886, is that has it come up to that area yet, or?
Yeah, gonna be honest, it's gonna be close. If I put this, it is right now 2886 is like getting the rain shield kind of on it, so it's gonna be in light rain.
No,
but this thing is moving pretty slow. Yeah,
okay,
this thing is moving pretty slow though.
If it's already on 2886, I can tell you based on how long and windy that road is, I'm going to push east.
Yeah, take 2400 probably. That's probably going to be your best bet to get out in front of this thing. I guess the good news is it looks like the hail core is pushing to this west a little bit, so that at least should give you a little bit more. It looks like the hail core, of course, is just like Jay chilling over Highway 285. So there's probably a lot of, if you're driving on 285, if you're chasing on 285 and you're watching this stream and you're trying to figure out if you should, core punch, I'm just telling you right now that you're gonna get some massive hail, maybe even a tornado that could spring out of this. So I would highly recommend against that. Unless hey, if you want to get some hail damage, then go for it. But Raymond says that's a donut hole. Yeah, that was crazy. I have not seen something like that in a long time. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to put Dan back on and then we'll watch his thing for a second. I'm just going to do something that'll hopefully fix the warnings. But give me 1 second.
So location update, passing Warnock Road on I-10 East, still east.
Now, Dan, maybe the issue was I had turned my computer mic off because I didn't want to have to mute it on my other computer that I have. I just turned the mic back on like I in the sound settings I had turned the mic volume all the way down. So maybe that was the issue.
It might have been. I'm not sure how it pulls the audio in, but trying to maybe change it up each time, and eventually you'll get it.
Yeah. Now, can it be muted though? Like if my microphone is muted, will that?
I would unmute it because that could cause some sort of error, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't know how to unmute it without it picking up my. I guess I could move it to a different room. I don't know how to unmute it without it picking up like me talking.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Let me try to move it to a different room. Hold on. All right, give me 1 second, folks. I will be right back. We'll keep following Dan here. Sorry, people. Working on the technical kinks. Working out the technical kinks here, guys. Give me just another second here. We'll keep looking at the radar. Still only one tornado warning. It's a storm right here. Dan's trying to catch it.
All right, guys, we've almost figured this out. Be back in just a sec. All right, we're going to try that. See if that works. All right, guys, sorry, I'm back. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at this storm again. We right now have still a tornado warning. We only have one tornado warning, and that tornado warning is for Pecos and Terrell, Texas. Sorry, this is not for Pecos. It was issued. No, it is for Pecos. I think it's for Pecos County. Yeah, it's for Pecos County. So let me. And if we start to get an echo here, I'm going to have to turn the other mic off, but we'll hopefully not talk so loud. Yikes, you got a little bit of an echo there. Oh, gosh. Raymond. No, I'm not on vacation. Oh, no, I can hear it in the other room. All right, give me 1 second. I got to go mute this again. I'm sorry, guys. Working out the kinks here, guys. All right. Hopefully that does not cause anything. Hoping. All right, let's see if this works. All right, sorry guys. I'm hoping this doesn't cause a crazy echo. Let me know if this causes a crazy echo. We will try this for now. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna throw it out the window because there's not gonna be that many tornado warnings today. All right, so let's get back to what matters most, and let's talk about this behemoth of a storm that just continues to drop mega hail and possibly a tornado for this. Right now, it is a severe thunderstorm. This is a tornado warning that's issued. It goes until 6 p.m. Central, so that's 15 minutes from now. And we did have a tornado. This storm did produce a tornado just a little bit ago, but it looks like it is since kind of turned into like a mega hailer type of deal that doesn't, I mean, looking at it on radar, doesn't really have it's got a little bit of a notch here. It does not have the same structure it had before. It does have massive hail. It does have a ton of chasers on it, but it does not look as intimidating from a tornado perspective as it did about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So, now that is not saying that this couldn't reorganize, and it's still a tornado warned storm. So if you are in this area, take this seriously. But I don't, looking at the velocity, yikes, what is going on with that radar? We've got to be at the very edge of this radar. Maybe there's some sort of like mountains or something blocking it off. But if we look at a different radar, it's still got broad area rotation here. But nothing that screams to me that there is a tornado on the ground with this thing. So, and the fact that it's because we have so many chasers on this, and this is not a confirmed tornado, it means there's probably not a tornado on the ground with this thing. Because if there was a tornado on the ground, we would see it, or I guess we wouldn't see it, but the storm chasers would see it. And so my guess is that there's probably no tornado on the ground with this thing.
Hey, Brady,
And,
take a look at it from the Lackland Air Force Base radar.
Say that again, which radar?
Lackland Air Force Base. It's going to be KDFX.
KDF. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're talking about. I see KDFX. Yeah, and that's going
to be looking a little bit higher, but still, you're going to see that couplet there.
Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. There still is you've still got. Okay. The latest scan that I got, yeah, there's still a couplet there. This still deserves a tornado warning. And once again, this thing is. Let's see if I can get close to the ground. Still a notch. I mean, you still got an inflow notch here. And to Dan's point, this storm is still broadly rotating, right? If we look here on the velocity, there's still, I mean, once again, red is going away from the radar. So you've got kind of winds wrapping this way. And then you've got really strong inflow into this thing.
Yeah, I think part of the problem with that radar from Midland was there was maybe some attenuation.
Yeah, I agree. And Raymond says he thinks the radar beam is near the edge. Yeah, I would agree with that. Although, I mean, it should be within it should be within the range of this thing, because it looks like the range of this thing. They're generally, when you look at radars, the range is this circle here. Wow, that's why I failed art class, because I can't draw. Look at when I tried to draw the circle here. That's what happens. But Yikes, that is a creepy looking smiley face. Let's get that off. But it should be fine. But I think Dan is right. There's some interference, there's some attenuation with this radar, which is why we have to use the Bracketville, looks like radar. I think that's the Air Force Base that Dan had said. But yeah, there's still some rotation with this thing. And that's why it's still tornado warning. I'll be really interested to see if they continue the warning. The warning does expire in 10 minutes. So I think if by the end of the 10 minutes, if it doesn't plan another tornado, they'll probably let it expire, but maybe continue it once if something else does. So Dan's going to that storm. This is looking a little interesting. If this storm, let's just look and see. Now, this is kind of a newly formed storm. This is that complex that was going through Odessa, that big complex that Dan was on earlier that started off as that isolated supercell and then formed. It's looked like it's starting to form new storms out in front of it, right? So look at this cell just to the south of Odessa. If that can kind of get organized here, I mean, it's out in front. It doesn't really have anything in front of it. It didn't have any storms move through that area already. We're going to have to watch this storm right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. It's got a little, I mean, it's starting to kind of develop that structure. And so if it can get its act together here and really start to suck in some inflow, which it's already starting to do, we'll have to watch it. Right now, it's just severe thunderstorm warned. But if this thing can kind of get going and keep pushing this way, this is fresh air out here. Wow, look at this storm. Oh, yikes. Okay, that is a monster. That is just to give you where we are, we're just to the southeast of Abilene, Texas. Probably about 20 miles, 10 to 20 miles to the southeast of Abilene, Texas. We have a giant supercell here with some big time hail. And this is really close to the radar beam. So that means that the fact that we're seeing this bigger returns and that, like, I bet if I go, let's see if I can go higher. Let's go up to tilt 3. Let's go. Let's try tilt 2. Yeah, tilt 2 is there's your hail core. So some big time hail with this storm. Let's just look at the velocity here and see what we got. Okay, so some really strong winds with this. I think this thing is surging to the south towards Coleman. Let's look at this in motion here. Yeah, that's okay. Well, this thing is definitely this storm is definitely rotating. Yeah, because I realized you guys couldn't see it. This storm is definitely rotating. Just look at the last couple of. I mean, that's your clear right here is your clear kind of rotation that's developing. So we'll have to watch that because once this absorbs. Well, yeah, this blob here to the south is about to ruin it. This blob, once it gets pulled in the storm, it's going to really kind of ruin that circulation. So, well, not that I'm disappointed. I don't want massive tornadoes, but this is still a dangerous storm here with some really big hail and but isn't necessarily showing any immediate signs of dropping anything. Dallas, let's check on you. Yeah, Dallas, you're fine right now. Yeah, that storm, we're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Odessa, right south of Midland. Meanwhile, you've got just a big blob of storms up to the north of Midland. Lubbock, you're even getting on the action. Carly has a great question. And guys, I love answering questions, so please The more questions you ask, the better. I don't do this for a living in terms of meteorology. I did go to school for meteorology, but I actually took a different job in consulting out of college. But I did go to school for it, so I do. I've got to use my knowledge in some way. And this is kind of how I do it. But the tilts on radar. So if you think about the radar beam, it's literally radars when they emit a beam. It's literally like a beam, and maybe let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get an example of that and pull that up. Yeah, so this is actually going to be a pretty good. Let me put this. Let me put this full screen here. And yikes, that's not what I wanted. But essentially what the beam is it's literally like when the radar is shooting out, and this is probably the best graphic we're going to get. But when the radar beam is shooting out of the site, it is actually a beam, right? And the tilt, if you imagine like the beam going out, right? It's like without getting too sciencey or technical, right? Think of it as like a bouncy ball, right? It's shooting a bouncy ball in a direct line, and that ball will or groups of particles will get shot out at the cloud and at everything. And then once it runs into like clouds and rain, it'll hit that and bounce back. And the degree at which it bounces back, like the speed or the, without getting too technical, like just kind of simplifying things, that's how you can tell, okay, what did it hit? Did it hit a bunch of rain? Did it hit clear skies? And so the radars, when they go out and hit those particles and bounce back, you can tell, okay, this is rain. This is, hail. This is nothing. This is just clear skies, right? Clear skies would be nothing that you return back. And so the different tilts that you have for the radar is actually the radar beam, like adjusting the angle at which it's shooting out. So maybe tilt 1 is this, bottom line, right? This is like the radar beam shooting out that bouncy ball on the bottom line. And then maybe tilt 2 is like in the middle, right? Maybe like tilt 3 is the top line, right? So it's like essentially what the radar beam does is it's the the different tilts. The higher the tilt, the higher the radar beam is angled. So generally when you have tilt 1 is like the lowest, you're seeing the lowest part of the storm. Tilt 3, tilt 4, tilt 5, that's like the highest part of the storm. So that's kind of how you can use the different tilts to see, tilt 1, you can see the lowest part of the storm. If you go up to tilt 4 or 5, depending on your radar app, that's like the highest part of the storm that you can see. So hopefully that made sense. We're all kind of learning together here. I love it. Oh gosh, Phil would have wanted me to play this video. Sorry, Phil. Here, I'll go ahead and play it now. This has been your Stormfront Freaks Education Minute. I don't think I took a minute though. I think that was maybe a little bit longer than a minute. So anyway, Phil, if you're watching, I do love those videos you had. So all right. Okay. Use Omega and Scope, but Omega is my preferred one. Yep. That's actually what we're showing now. We also have access to, I've been showing GR Earth, which is this. This is this radar. I actually love this radar because this is the GR Earth and GR Analyst. This is like the radar that the National Weather Service uses. And this radar was actually provided to us by Ryan with Allison House. So you guys have actually probably seen Ryan before appear on this show if you've watched this. But Ryan gave us and is kind of allowed us to use the GR Earth with Allison House data, and this is the actual the radar that the National Weather Service uses. So it's pretty cool to see. There's a bunch of stuff you can do. I can look at what's the Cape right now. So the brighter the colors are the this is wow. This is why this storm keeps on cranking, because it's in a 4,000, 3,500 to 4,000 surface base Cape here. So plenty of energy. These storms up to the north, though, look at that. Not a lot of Cape up here. That's why these storms look so sad. And they're very not strong, because there's not a lot of Cape up there, right? Whereas this storm right to the south, that's about to enter a big area of Cape. So this actually could blow up pretty. This is untouched air out in front of the storm. So that's why I'm so worried about this storm, because it's going into an area of Cape. And I can even look at what else can I look at? I can look at LCL. Where else can I look at? This is relative helicity. So this is actually, I think it's effective helicity. So this is like how likely the storms are to rotate. So this storm's actually going into a good area of helicity. This storm to the south, though, and that actually is probably why it's lost its rotation. And this is really interesting, because this storm is just to the south, is moving out of the area of highest helicity, which is like, the more helicity, the better, the more likely you are to get tornadoes. So it's moving out of that area, the red, the orange being the higher area, the blue is like the lower area, and the where you see no color, that's like none. So that's probably why this storm is starting to lose its rotation, because it's moving away from the excuse me. It's moving away from the area of highest helicity. But that's why this radar is so cool, because I can also look at storm spotters. So I can see all the madness of all these storm. Dan, are you on storm spotters? Can I see you down here?
I don't remember if I turned off my beacon or not. Check on I-10.
I-10. Okay. So this is I-10 right here. I don't see you. Another tornado warning.
Southeastern Midland County in western Texas, northern Upton County in western Texas.
Assuming you didn't hear that, Dan. Classic. Oh, no.
Did they reissue?
Tornado warning for southeastern Midland County in western Texas, northern Upton County in western Texas.
Did you hear that? Did everyone hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Whoa! It didn't sound as cool though as when Dan's did it. So that did work. It sounded really bad though. But at least we got the audio to work. Hopefully everyone on the stream heard that. We finally got the audio to work. Hallelujah. But if you this is actually that storm. Am I echoing, Carly? Hold on. Am I still echoing now? Yeah, it's probably from that mic in the other room. Hold on. Actually, let me go turn off that mic real quick so I don't echo anymore. Whoa. All right. I muted that mic, so hopefully that should stop the echoing. But that is that storm. I guess two updates. One, the tornado warning for the Fort Stockton storm. Dan's going to hate me too when I say this, But the tornado warning for the Fort Stockton storm has been allowed to expire. The second update is that storm that we just looked at, that we said we got to watch, has now been tornado warned. This is that storm just to the south of Midland, and it like we drew that on the radar, and we said this is starting to get that look, and they just issued the National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for let's see, southeastern Midland County. And this is let me go ahead and update our tornado warning. So, because we don't have that tornado warning down there, but let's save this. Wait, whoops, wrong thing. Okay, so this was issued for southeastern Midland County, northern Upton County in western Texas. So this is that storm that is just to the southeast of Odessa, Texas. And let's look at the velocity here. Yikes! I think there might not be a tornado on the ground yet, but it sure is starting to wrap up right in here. That's your rotation, and there could be a tornado that we have here, because these winds are starting to come in here, and we've got really strong outflow wrapping around here and pushing into these winds. And as this outflow pushes into these winds, it's going to start to turn like this, and that's when you get your tornado form. That's exactly what's happening. We could be watching tornado genesis, which tornado genesis is just a fancy word for a tornado forming. We could be watching that right now occurring with this storm. So if you're in Midkiff, Texas, Midkiff, I think that's the way. Midkiff, Texas. This tornado warning includes you. Pegasus, Texas. Looks like the rotation is going to pass just to the south of you. But this is a dangerous storm. And, okay. That's the latest velocity scan. We've lost our intrusion here. We've lost our kind of area of green that was in here. Now it's just kind of all being dominated by the outflow. Now, all it takes is kind of some more surging air here to get sucked into this. But right now, it's called the RFD. Oftentimes you hear of the RFD. This could cause another tornado to get kicked up here, especially if we've got some southerly winds pushing into it. But right now, I think if there was a tornado, it probably was a quick one, and is probably going to take a little time to recycle. But still, I mean, if these winds keep surging out like this, that's how you get your appendage to form. And there's already inflow pushing in here, right? There's already inflow pushing into this thing. So if you can get these winds to kind of keep surging out, and they keep kind of pushing this little appendage out, that's when you could have trouble.
Hey, Brady, how good does that storm look? How does it look in front of it?
There's nothing in front of it. There's nothing in front of it. This was probably going to be
how's the air look?
The air looks, when I looked at the meso, let's look at the Cape. So the Cape, it's actually moving into an area, and I don't know if you can see my screen, but it's actually moving into an area of about 3,500 Cape. And let's look at the helicity. It's starting to move out of the best helicity. Looks like the best helicity is just off to the west, but still a pretty decent amount of helicity that it can pull in. So high Cape looks like it's moving into higher Cape. It's looking like that air is pretty untouched right now, Dan. But it looks like it's probably got a window of like another hour or two before it kind of moves into really lower helicity values. But that's fine. You can still get tornadoes that spawn in that. Dan, the storm that you're on to the south, the Fort Stockton storm, is still in a monster cape area. I'm sure if you roll down your window, it's hot. That air has been pretty much untouched all day. So that's 4,000 to 5,000 cape. So really, really a bunch of cape there. But it's moving into an area with low helicity. So I think like really low helicity. So that's probably going to become a giant, or already is a hailer, but it may lose its rotation. Hopefully that helped, Dan.
Appreciate it. I'm intrigued by this cell to the north.
The cell to the north definitely looks, at least in my opinion, probably the best. The cell to the south, I've just every scan I've looked at it, the rotation has looked less and less convincing to me. This is probably going to be just a straight line. It's really losing its general structure. It's kind of turning into more of a blob, Dan, this Fort Stockton storm. But the Midland storm is it's got a really, really strong downdraft that's kind of surging forward. And there's nothing in front of it. And it's looking, this is probably the best looking storm that we have right now. I'm curious if anyone in the chat, guys, let me know where you are. I would love to give you guys a forecast. What did Pammy said? It's the thumbnail map threat area graphic being pink is just yes. We're trying out some new graphics here. So you guys will probably notice between the last stream and this stream, we're trying out some new graphics. So let me know what you guys think. Carly Lewis says she's in Manchester, Kentucky. Oh, whoa. Okay, that's a nasty storm. That's a nasty storm about to hit me. So hopefully I don't lose power there. Manchester, Kentucky. Let's see what we got. See if we got any juicy storms there. Man, I wish I knew Kentucky better. I'll look it up on Google Maps. Oh, okay. Never mind. United Kingdom, not the U.S. Actually, no, we've got radars in Germany. We don't have radars. At least I don't have access to radars in the UK. Well, Carly, thanks for joining. Hopefully, it's got to be late there, isn't it? Like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.? Kudos to you for staying up and watching the stream. Love that. We got some nasty storms about to move into Chicago. We've been kind of bouncing back and forth between the different storms that we got, and Chicago's about to get a nice solid line of some storms, especially the northern suburbs of Chicago. You guys will get hit by a pretty good shellacking there. Not as much lightning as I would have thought. Special weather statement for Northeast LaSalle. I think that is near Chicago, right, Scott? I believe. It's okay. So it's about It's after midnight there in the UK, and you're a mod for Brad Arnold. That's cool. Well, thanks for watching the stream, Carly. That's awesome. And thanks for being a mod for Brad. That's really cool. We don't actually have any mods here yet on our stream. We're probably too small for that just yet, but that's really cool that you help out Brad and help kind of moderate the chat. Our chat can get a little, especially when we have Ginger Ninja in here, he can be a little rowdy, but I don't see him tonight. Bloomington, Indiana, you're getting a solid line of storms that just pushed through your area. So Indiana's getting, or sorry, my bad. Illinois, Bloomington, Illinois. Carly says never miss anything. Oh, thanks, Carly. I appreciate it. Indianapolis is getting nothing. Ohio, just a bunch of storms here. I'm actually about to get hit by some. Dayton's about to get hit by, or I guess just north of Dayton's about to get hit by some. No warnings though. In Ohio, let's check back in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, we've got the storms are starting to push out, so that's good news. Oklahoma, not getting much there. Ooh, okay, cool, Carly. Absolutely. I would, especially if the chat gets a little rowdy. I'd love to have people kind of moderating. Too, if you guys are watching, that's a good point too. If you guys are watching us on Twitter, well, first of all, we love that you're watching us at all. But probably the best experience is over on YouTube, where you not only can interact with our chat, but you can also kind of see all of our shows that we've done in the past. You can see our videos that we have that we've done before, but you can also I'll be able to see when you chat. So if you guys want to get in on the action, go ahead and head over to YouTube. That'll be kind of the best experience where you'll be able to watch us and not get any lags or kind of be able to see us in the best format. Twitter's great, but head on over to YouTube. That'll help us out actually tremendously. We're trying to kind of grow this stream and grow the channel, and that really helps us out by you watching us on YouTube as well. Because and if you are watching us on YouTube, make sure to let me just go ahead and like and subscribe to the show. And what that does, well, first of all, if you do like the show, go ahead and hit this thumbs up for the like button. You get a cool little animation, and then go ahead and subscribe to our show so that every time we go on, you get notified. And the cool thing is, that way you don't have to constantly be checking in on me on Twitter or the Stormfront Freaks account to be able to let you know when we're going to go live. This will automatically tell you. So that way you can see it. You can go ahead and jump on whenever we are live, especially next week. You're going to want to do this next week because we are going to have next week a busy week. Could be a significant severe weather outbreak that we're gonna be dealing with, especially Monday, and then even Thursday, Tuesday, and even Wednesday. So that's just a note there. But everyone that is watching, I want to thank you guys so much for watching. My passion has always been meteorology, and with the job that I have during the day, I don't get to do that. So this allows me to kind of live out my dream of always doing meteorology. And you guys give me the ability to do that. So I really appreciate everyone that's tuning in. You guys make this show amazing. All right. Scott says Northeast Platte. Yeah. So Chicago, you are going to be dealing with some nasty storms here. And actually, let me go ahead and post the link to our YouTube channel as well, so you guys can watch it if you would like. And I realize that you won't be able to see this if you're on Twitter, so just go to Stormfront Freaks or YouTube /Stormfront Freaks to be able to watch this. All right. Let's check back in on our storm. Let's check back in on a Midland storm. Okay, pretty linear. It's really strong winds though. So we've got your winds, surging out like that. And it's still pretty north to south. See, I think the reason why this thing is struggling here is because this is our only tornado warning. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. I don't after looking at that velocity, I don't think it's on the ground. And really, if this environment were a little bit more potent, like we had kind of a low level jet that's strong enough, and we had some really strong winds kind of going from the south, this thing would be dropping a big tornado. But because we really don't have that as much, when these winds kind of push out, they don't really turn much, because we don't, if you think about it, right? If you've got winds that are pushing out this way, and then if you've got really strong winds that are coming from the south, what's going to happen is these winds are going to hit each other. And when they do, it's going to tend to go like that. And that's when you get your rotation. And because we don't have really strong winds, we do have winds coming from the south. They're just not as strong. They're kind of a little weak, kind of little weakling winds. And because we don't have that, that's why this thing isn't planting a massive, massive tornado. And you can see on the velocity, it's still we still got really strong winds this way, and we've got some winds coming in this way, but they're just not strong enough to kind of make these winds rotate back like that. All right. Let's check in on our Fort Stockton storm. I'm gonna put this storm up here in the other box. You guys remember the Octobox? Does anyone watch football in here? Do you guys know what the Octobox is? The Octobox is essentially it's the NFL. It's like Scott Hansen, Red Zone. I don't know if you guys have heard of Red Zone. This view reminds me of the Octobox. I guess this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's 7 in Spanish? Oh no. Oh no, there goes my headphones. Gosh darn it. All right, I got to put in my other headphones. 1 second. And I might actually have to leave the stream for them to work. Great. Hold on 1 second. All right, here we go. I'm back. Yeah, it is like a multi-view. It's like it's like a football dude's dream, right? This is like what the Octobox is. So this is every Sunday I watch the Octobox, where it's got 8 games on at once. That's what this view reminds me of. I'm a big Octobox guy. Anyway. turned out my microphone for a little bit. So let's check in back on this Fort Stockton storm. Wow, do you guys see the satellite in the top left? Let me actually pull that to the main because that's actually pretty cool. I know there's kind of a couple places to put your put the satellite, but look at this. This was that. Remember that we talked about the moisture, kind of the dry line being pushed back to the west. You can actually see that. You can actually see that on this satellite. So look at that. So this was kind of your cold front, but look at the southerly flow right here. And then this kind of boundary right here. I think that's your kind of your cold front, but it's also moisture coming off of the. So you just have like a persistent band of cumulus right there that just keeps. That is so cool. I'm such a nerd. Most people would look at this and be like, "What the hell is that?" Oh gosh, I don't know if I can cuss. But and then look. So you've got your. Right here is your, that's your Fort Stockton storm. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. That is the tornado warning storm near Abilene, I think. No, sorry, not Abilene, Midland. And then here is this, yikes, it is raining super hard outside my window. But then here's this this persistent area of clouds that just tries to keep kind of producing storms. That's like cumulus. It's literally growing up and up and up. And you've got moisture streaming from the Gulf that's coming in here and pushing the dry line back. You've also got your cold front that's right here that's like pushing stuff back. So it's just like a constant area of clouds developing. That's so cool. It almost looks like a volcano, like little mini volcanoes. Yeah, I agree, Scott. This is so cool. So that's that dry line getting pushed to the west. Jeez. Hold on. I'm going to check on where I'm at right now because it is raining super hard. Okay. So I live in Columbus, so yikes. Good thing there's no lightning, so I don't think. Oh no. Oh, I left my hockey gear outside. That's not good. That is not good. I mean, it's going to be wet and stink. Great. Fantastic. Having a great day so far. How's yours? All right, let's go back to this Midland storm. I'm goofing around too much. And doesn't look great. I don't don't love, well, it just does not look very impressive right now. It's trying. It sure is trying, but just kind of a blob right here. Nothing. You've got some inflow trying to push in here, but it's just not really anything impressive. Oh, well, I don't. Connor Bedard. Oh yeah, I know. I wish we got him. That, for those that are watching, so Columbus, there's the Columbus Blue Jackets. They're the hockey team in Columbus. They're a lot like the Cleveland Browns or any other, like, if you just think of like the most miserable sporting franchise of the city you're in that has just been terrible for the longest time, right? Whether it's pro or college. That's what the Columbus Blue Jackets are. Like, to me, like, that hits home. And last year we were supposed to get probably like a generational hockey player, and we somehow found a way to win enough to not get last place, to not get him. After one of our worst seasons ever, we went on like a winning streak at the end. You can't make this stuff up. Anyway, I know you guys don't care, but it's nice to at least have a platform to talk about a little bit of my misery. Looks like a person with a nose and a mouth. Are you talking about this storm, Carly? All right. So this is actually, I mean, if we can just, if there's just a little bit of inflow in here, oh no, Elena, I'm really hesitant to put this on the show because I don't want people to notice, but, all right, I'm putting it on. What the? Oh wait, wrong thing. So Elena says, "Is this the only shirt you wear for Outbreak? Like how Gary England used to wear bright ties." I didn't think anyone would notice, but yes, this is because this is what it's a Stormcat. This is the Stormcat. You got to wear the Stormcat T-shirt on the Stormcat stream. I will say I have multiple. This is not my only one. I have they're very cheap on Amazon. They're about $10. So they're very, very, very low quality. So you can get one on Amazon if you would like. But I've got several of these, and don't worry, I wash them in between. Carlos, yeah, it does kind of look a little bit like a face. But I mean, these are some strong winds in this thing. Really strong winds. And if we can just if the inflow can just make a little bit of inroads here, we're gonna start to be talking about this storm more seriously. Right now, it's still, it's just those winds are screaming, and rolling around this way. So if there can just be a little bit of inflow in here, you're gonna get your rotation. I mean, that's a dangerous storm, regardless if there's a tornado or not. Those are damaging winds, 60, 70, maybe 80 miles an hour. If I'd put on the, let's put on the, oops. Yikes. Look at that. Okay. So bear in mind, this does not mean that, I'll pull Dan back in here. But this does not mean that, that there is 100-mile-an-hour winds at the surface. But this means that because this could be higher up in the atmosphere. This means that at some level of the atmosphere, there is 100-mile-an-hour winds wrapping around this thing. So that is just absolutely cranking. At the surface, you probably have some of these mixing down. So you might have 100 miles an hour at the higher levels of the atmosphere, and maybe 70 at the surface, maybe 80, but with occasionally gusts mixing down. But that is no joke. I mean, 107, that is crazy. There could be there. You know what? There could be a tornado on the ground. There could be. That is just insane to see. Yeah, I don't like that. Look, here's exactly what I was saying, guys. All it's going to take is just a little bit of inflow kind of making its way in here. As these things touch, that's going to be where you get your tornado. I would not be surprised if we are watching a tornado forming. If these winds can just kind of push in here, these winds are screaming at 100 miles an hour. They're going to have no problem turning and wrapping around. I mean, these winds are almost maybe too strong. They might even overpower it and just cause it to go like this. Yeah, that was a lightning strike right outside my window. So still a radar indicated tornado warning. This tornado warning goes for another 11 minutes. And if this trend continues on the velocity, I would not be surprised if they continue this tornado warning. And regardless, I'm actually surprised this is only 60 miles an hour. Yeah, yikes. I don't like the way that's looking. I really don't like the way that's looking. This is just really strong winds wrapping around here. Let's go ahead and add Dan back. And let's get that view, and then we'll get Dan back here. Dan, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. Where are you? Where are you at right now? And are you still coming back up to Midland?
I am on the south side of Rankin, just south of Rankin, coming up on this tornado warning cell.
Did you say Rankin?
That's correct, south of Rankin.
Oh. Okay, so Dan is like right here. Are you going to go up 349? Or are you going to go a little bit east?
I'm on 349 right now.
Ooh, wow. Okay, Dan, I'm going to be honest. What I'm seeing on radar, this thing has yikes. I don't know if you can see my screen, but you can really see this wrapping up here. It's got
I'm not going to stay on 349. I'm going to take 67 to the northeast to get in front of it.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay. So Dan's going to take this road and then try and get in front of this thing. Maybe around Big Lake. But right now, Dan, I'm seeing this thing has just got the winds are absolutely screaming around this thing. Like, I know this isn't these aren't necessarily surface winds, but I'm getting 102 miles an hour with this thing at the higher levels of the atmosphere. Now, there isn't necessarily a strong signal in return. Like, there isn't, the greens aren't necessarily incredibly strong, but I mean, 99 miles going in one direction, 100 miles an hour is going in one direction. As long as you have some rotation in the other direction, that's enough to get a tornado. So it's still a radar indicated tornado warning for everyone watching, but this could be dropping a tornado if not already. Definitely a dangerous storm. Carly Lewis asked, how can there be a PDS tornado warning when there's no tornado on the ground? I got that ask yesterday. I guess it depends, Carly, because if normally with the PDS tornado warning, that was issued because someone has seen a large or someone has seen a tornado on the ground, either weather spotter or maybe you can tell by, if you look on radar and see a debris ball. Generally, the National Weather Service will issue that especially if it's not only there's a tornado on the ground, but also there is it's going for a populated area, right? Like earlier, we saw a confirmed tornado that looked pretty big from the pictures I saw, and it was moving through like pretty rural areas near Fort Stockton. So like really no neighborhoods, I think. It didn't look like there was incredibly populated areas. So generally the tornadoes, they won't issue that a PDS, and I guess it depends. Maybe if there's a monster wedge, and it's really dangerous, they might, if it's over an unpopulated area, but usually they won't. And you're right. And you're right. It's ultimately a judgment call for the National Weather Service office. So like, I think it'd probably be rare for the National Weather Service to issue a PDS tornado warning for a tornado that isn't on the ground, right? Unless it just was, right? Generally, they will only issue a PDS warning is if they can see that's on the ground on either on radar or via storm spotter, probably multiple storm spotters. Or maybe it did produce a tornado 10 minutes ago, right? And sometimes maybe they see a tornado The National Weather Service sees a tornado, and then it's going toward a populated area. So they issue a PDS warning, and then maybe the tornado goes up, right? Or it dissipates. That PDS warning still might continue for the next 20 minutes, right? And the National Weather Service might leave it, for a little while if they think it's going to drop another one. Now, if it's clear that the danger's passed and the tornado is really dissipated and there's no rotation, they'll downgrade. I've seen them downgrade the warning, but generally they will only issue it if it's a confirmed tornado and it's going towards a heavily populated area. But good question, because it's a judgment call. Okay, so the good news with this tornado warning is that I don't see any correlation. I don't see any big indications of debris, at least on the correlation coefficient. So that's good. Now, this is really concerning, though. I mean, just on radar, you can tell. Look at this wrapping up. That, that's definitely a supercell, and that's definitely right there could be your tornado. If we put this in motion, you're going to be able to see the rotation on this. I probably, yeah. The last couple of scans, it's starting to take a south dive. So Dan, if you're listening, that's a good call out for you. It's starting to move as it's really ramped up. It's starting to really dive to the south. It's almost moved outside of the tornado warning. And this thing is really starting to ramp up, and you can really tell on radar that this thing is rotating. It's a beast of a storm, an absolute beast. And this warning expires in about 3 minutes. I would expect them to continue it. As long as you've got this area of really strong winds wrapping around an area of inflow that's kind of getting sucked in there, they're going to continue this warning for sure. So this will be another good test of our graphic to see if our sound effect is working. Good question, Scott. So this is just to the north of Midkiff, Texas. This cell is about. This cell is 34 miles to the south of Midland, Texas. This is 32 miles to the southeast of Odessa, Texas. So it's just to the south of Midkiff, Texas, and it's diving to the south and east. So Stills, I know this warning is directly east. They're gonna reissue the tornado warning probably, and when they do, the box is going to look probably more something like this. I know my art skills are terrible. Actually, it's probably going to look more something like this. Right? That's probably what it's probably going to be a little smaller than that. But this storm is diving to the south and east. So they're going to adjust this there it is. Look at that. Right there. Maybe just a little bit off in the shape, but all right, let's see if this sound effect works. Didn't work. That's disappointing. So well, that sucks. So the only way that the warning worked is if I unmute my mic on the other laptop, and it'll pick up my sound through my speakers. That's terrible. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's not working. Anyway, okay, so a new tornado warning was just issued, and this is just like we thought. This was just to the south of Midkiff. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So no one's seen this tornado warning yet. No one's seen this tornado yet. But this is a dangerous storm with ping pong ball size hail. So you're going to get ping pong size hail. So if you like playing ping pong, you could take some of that and try and play with it. But anyway, this is a dangerous storm with some really strong rotation. And we'll bring Dan back in just a sec. I think he's getting gas. But this storm just has some pretty strong, really strong winds. So I would not be surprised if this dropped a tornado. Just because of the outflow and because of what's going on here. This is a dangerous storm. Once again, this is a radar indicated. This is for northwestern Reagan County, northeastern Upton County. They've let the old tornado warning expire. They've redrawn this tornado warning because it's taken a south dive. And you can tell on radar, right? You can tell on radar where the rotation is. You've got winds wrapping around here. You've got some inflow sneaking in here. That's called the clear slot. Now, if this thing can clear out a little bit, really, that's right in there is your. It's really not that big of a clear slot, but if you can get some more winds to kind of sneak in there, that's how you're going to get your. Yeah, look at that! Yikes! There could be a tornado with this thing. It seems like there's still some separation between you've got your pocket of strong winds here that's wrapping around this way, and then you've got your kind of your wind sneaking in here. There's still a little bit of a separation here. There's no couplet. There's no like big couplet in there, but that doesn't matter. I could see a tornado spawning from this thing. Good news is there's no real CC drop, so that's great news. But this storm is a beast, an absolute freaking beast. It's absolutely chugging along. Look at the lightning with this thing. Just a ton of lightning. Let me see if I'm going to actually zoom in on this sucker. Wait. Yeah, this is on the top left. That's the lightning right here for this Odessa. Every time you see a ping, that's a lightning strike. And the white is the recent. So that's crazy. Yeah, and if this thing can just clear out, continue to get some inflow in here, it's not a good situation. It's still fairly weak though. The inflow is. And there's really not many chasers here on this thing. All the chasers are to the south. They're pretty close to the Mexico border. Yeah, Scott, that's a good call. This storm, and I'm just going to keep an eye on the north storm in the top corner or the top middle of the screen. That's actually the south storm that is on that screen. So, but yeah, there is nothing really in front of this. Pretty much unlimited K for this thing. There's nothing to kind of hinder it. It's going to keep pushing to the south here. Big Lake, you're up next. Big Lake, Texas. I wonder if there's a big lake there. They're better. Oh, look, there it is. There's the big lake. I wonder how big of a lake we're talking. Why I feel like more town names should be named after things around there. I think if they would rename Columbus, it would be Construction Zone. That'd probably what they would name Columbus after. But Big Lake, Texas, you're in the path of this thing. So if you live in Big Lake and you're on the lake, please start to get off. Carly says, yeah, I could see a few tornadoes after sundown. Me too. I think generally things are going to kind of start to wind down in the next couple of hours, but we've got kind of two probably the two biggest threats at this point are this cell here right south of Midland and this cell here just to the southeast of Fort Stockton. We saw it produce some tornadoes near Fort Stockton. That storm has since really lost a lot of its rotation. And I think the reason why is because it's moving into an area that's not really great conditions for tornadoes. The storm to the north, the Midland storm, still is in a pretty good area of decent tornado conditions. So that is something that we're going to have to watch because that's the most immediate threat right now. And this storm is a beast. It's a beast of a storm, an absolute beast. And it's showing no signs of stopping. Still a radar indicated tornado warning. Still has just this half moon shape of just really, really, really strong winds. Still's got winds trying to get pulled in here. But and we don't have a lot of, there's a lot of chasers trying to move up to this tornado warning storm right up here. I think that's it. Yeah. So we do have a couple of chasers on this thing. So I think if there was a tornado, we probably would know. I probably would update the tornado warning to observed, but I don't. So maybe that's the only saving grace at this point. Eamon says, hey, Eamon, thanks for joining the stream, brother. I'm glad to have you here. So I do see we had a couple new people join. So just want to say, guys, welcome to the stream. This is Outbreak. This is a product brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks. And I'm your host, meteorologist Brady Harris, also Storm Cat. That's why there's a cat in the background, and I'm wearing a cat t-shirt. I'm not a crazy cat person. I don't know. I think it's kind of fun to wear that. But this is a show where we're going to look at, we are now casting severe weather. So right now we are now casting a tornado warning that is in just to the southeast of Midland, Texas. Midkiff is in this warning just to the southeast of Midkiff. We've got a dangerous storm here. But Outbreak, we do this. We try to do this every severe weather event. So we might not hit every one. I've been traveling for work lately, so it's been tough for me to do some streams. But next week we've got a big week. So before you guys head off the stream, next week we're going to try to stream every day if there's enough severe weather to stream. But our goal with Outbreak is to keep you guys safe, to keep you guys informed, and keep you guys entertained. And I will try to hit as many storms as possible. So, I encourage you guys, let me know where you're at. Let me know where you're at in the country. And I can pull up the radar if you guys have any questions or weather like that. But I'm really happy to have you guys here. I love all of you so much. And I'm just happy to have to be able to talk about the weather, because I think my family is sick of me talking about it. They don't. I think my brother's like, all right, I don't care about weather in Texas. Just tell me if it's going to rain today. And I'm like, oh, come on. And while we're kind of waiting for this storm to see if it updates, yikes. I don't like that. Starting to tighten up here. This rotation is starting to kind of consolidate. This is starting to consolidate. I think this could be ready to drop something if it's not already dropping. Anyway, though, what was I gonna say? But really happy you guys are watching. So really quickly too, let me pull up the
Hey, Brady, just real quickly.
yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'm right now behind a fire unit that left Rankin. It's running code north towards Midkiff.
Say that again. It's running it's you're behind a fire unit near Rankin, and it's running, I guess, are the sirens on? Is that what?
Yeah, lights and siren north on 349 toward
Yikes.
the storm.
Okay, so that's a yeah, you don't like to hear that. That basically means that there could be a situation here. I mean, I think regardless of whether or not there's a tornado with this thing, the winds with it are insane. So even if there wasn't a tornado that touched down, there could be extensive wind damage with this dangerous storm. So that would not surprise me if they're responding to something. Dan, where are you exactly right now?
So I did end up taking 349 north. I've got options to go east, so I decided to just come up to the storm and see what I can see, and then I'll make movements to the east.
Okay, so are you north of 67?
Affirmative.
Okay, so Dan's on 349, which is this road right here, and Dan is, I believe, is just looking at his stream. He is probably right here, and he's looking directly at this storm. And Dan, it looks like there's some of that could be scud, but it looks like there's a couple little lowerings there. Yeah. Dan, is your camera, is that road looks like it runs directly north to south, right? And so your camera is directly north?
Yeah, my compass is showing north.
Okay. So Dan, then, so that kind of lowering that we see is right here. So that's, let me see if there's any rotation there. Okay, so there isn't a ton of rotation. There's a little bit. There's a little. He's looking right at this rotation right here. So that's definitely an updraft that's developing, right? That actually could be a new cell that's trying to form there. But the main kind of area of rotation, Dan, is just off to your northeast. And so let's put Dan back on. Yeah, yikes. That actually could be a feeder band too, and feeding right into kind of our area of rotation. My guess, Dan, if you look at that, does that look like it's kind of streaming into the storm, that cloud, that lowering you see?
It's hard to tell. I almost feel like I'm seeing right to left at the lower levels.
Okay.
Got some rain here off to the right.
Yeah.
I was wanting to kind of see where this fire unit's going, but I'm thinking I'm just going to turn around and go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. So just for everyone, Dan is right there, or Dan is actually just south of there. And what we're seeing on the screen was looks like a lowering that was like right here. Now there wasn't a lot of rotation right there. But it does seem like all of this moisture, and those are probably being sucked in and kind of feeding into this rotation, which here's your main area of rotation. So here's Dan. I'm going to draw Dan down here, put a little stick figure. Dan, what kind of haircut do you want in this drawing? Do you want to, let's give him a nice mohawk. How about that?
Yeah, mohawks they never go out of style.
Let's give Dan a nice mohawk here. Yikes, that's I am not good with art. But so Dan's here, right? And the main area of rotation is just off to Dan's northeast. And so it looks like we saw some kind of lower level clouds kind of feeding into the area of rotation. And just in this last frame here, doesn't look as that rotation kind of got sucked up into the oh yeah, no, I mean it's still there. Dan, you definitely still have a strong area of rotation. Of winds getting wrapped around here, and I don't like this starting to come around like this. This red starting to come around like this. This thing is looking like it's starting to really tighten up here. It's definitely rain wrapped. So if you're trying to chase this thing like Dan is, please be careful because this thing is definitely rain wrapped. If there is a tornado that's on the ground, and it's kind of showing some erratic motion, to be quite honest. This storm was taking a dive to the south, and watch in the last couple of frames here. And let me just slow it down. Watch. Okay, so watch this thing. Watch this storm. It's diving south. The rotation is diving south, but watch these last couple of frames. Rotation starts to tighten up, and then it goes south, but then it starts to push a little east. So it's kind of a little bit of just like we saw yesterday, a little bit of an erratic motion here. Excuse me, a little bit of an erratic motion here with the rotation. So, but it's still, I mean, it's still pronounced. And if there is a tornado, it would be just to the southeast of Midkiff, just east of 2954 Crossroads. It would be just to your west. So Styles, you're at the very edge of this warning. You are in the path of this storm. And this area of strong rotation, which could be dropping a tornado, is pushing right at you. And regardless of if it's dropping a tornado or not, there are some mean winds with this thing. Absolutely mean winds that could, I mean, we're talking 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. In this main area of rotation, even to the south, you still got some really strong winds.
And Brady, FYI, I'm eastbound on 2594.
All right, so Dan is eastbound on 2594. You're eastbound on that? It looks like a north to south road. So Dan right now is you said 2594?
Yeah. Oh wait. No, I'm on 1555. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Dan. Okay. So yeah. So Dan is moving this way. And Dan is trying to get to 2594. Dan, I guess there is another road. You may have to take a jog south up here because 2594, that's going to take you kind of directly into the storm and directly into the into the west side of the rotation. So you might have to actually stay on 1550, 1555 and take it a little bit south back to 67 and then ride 67 for a little bit to get to 137. And then you can come up here and just chill on 137. Looks like there might be. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's probably. I mean, you could probably get to the edge of 1555 right before it takes a south turn, and see if you get a good visual down there. That would be probably what I would do. So, if those watching the stream, you guys are getting a first-hand look at storm chasing, seeing how you got to navigate the roads. You got to figure out what road to take, what road not to take. It's a delicate dance. That if you dance in the wrong way, and trust me, I am not a good dancer. And I'm not talking about storm chasing. I'm talking about actual dancing. But if you take the wrong step, it's not good. Scott says he's been a sub for quite a while. You had Stephanie Abrams on for a guest, and I think Dr. Greg Forbes. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Love that you've subbed to the channel for a long time. Really appreciate that. And Hope you enjoy what you see with the content that we put out. Really appreciate you checking out the stream. Yeah, and we've had Stephanie Abrams, Dr. Greg Forbes. We've had Jim Cantori on actually a couple of times. Janice Dean. We've had a lot of guests on our podcast. So that's also on our YouTube channel. We've got kind of a multifaceted YouTube channel. We've got streaming for live streaming for storms, and then we also have a podcast where we talk a lot about. We talk with a lot of really interesting guests. So. All right, so while we're waiting for Dan to come back on, and Carly says, Brady, I got my mom into watching Chasers. Now my sister and dad are sick of us talking about it. Oh, yeah. You know what? That's okay. That's okay. We all have our passions. I'm sure they talk about stuff too that might annoy. All right, let me zoom out a little more so we can see more of our lightning. Gosh, look at that. We got an active day with storms. Look at all that lightning. I'm actually going to change our satellite to, because that's cool to look at satellite over there, but we probably want to see the satellite for our storms. And appreciate you guys bearing with me here. Right now I'm a one-man show. So all this that we see happening, I'm doing this all myself. Some people might have teams, and I do have a great team of Stormfront freaks that'll join from time to time. But everything you see on this show, I'm somehow managing. My ADD personality, I think it probably works to my advantage here. Yeah, Carly, that would be awesome. Actually, I'll mention it to Phil that to have Brad Arnold on. That would actually be amazing to have him on. I know he's a great guy and has a really big name. So we would love to have him on. Maybe you talk to your guy, I'll talk to my guy, and we'll make this thing happen. All right. We'll bring Dan back in just a second. I'm actually going to take a quick 10-second break here. Give me 1 second here, people. All right, I'm coming back, guys. All right, guys, I am back. Sorry. Appreciate everyone joining. Let me just gotta send something out. You know, I need a good intern. I need like a really, really good intern. It's really good with managing social media because I am not good at that.
Tornado warning for South Central Coleman County in West Central Texas, Northwestern McCulloch County in West Central Texas, East
Uh-oh.
Central Concho
New
County
tornado
in
warning.
West Central Texas.
Hopefully that didn't echo too bad. Oh, did it work? I did not hear that. Hold on. I'm actually gonna have to. I'm gonna put this on for just a sec. I'm gonna leave and rejoin real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, it did work. It's not great quality. Hopefully, it didn't echo. Too bad. We did just get a new tornado warning though. And this is for a storm that we have not looked at yet. This is actually off to the east of San Angelo. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. Let me make sure that we have our. Let me make sure that we have the latest warnings and the graphics here. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. And this is for, let's see what counties. This is for South Central Coleman County, Northwestern McCulloch County, East Central Concho County. And this is for those counties. And whoops. Sorry, I lost you guys for a second. But this is a radar indicated tornado warning. And it just looking at the rotation here, yeah, that's why they issued this. You've got some winds wrapped around here. You've got winds wrapping around here. There's your possible tornado right here, just to the north of 765. This is in just to the northwest of Eden, Texas, and to the northeast of Eden, Texas. This is to the southeast of Ballinger, Texas. So Paint Rock, you are, it's just to the southeast of you guys. So this is a once again a new tornado warning that was just issued. This is for a supercell thunderstorm. Looks fairly isolated, has a pretty good hail core here, and is definitely showing signs. It definitely has a couplet here. It's a little bit of a weaker couplet, but let me add Dan back in here. Whoops. It's a little bit of a weaker couplet, but it's still there nonetheless. Definitely some rotation here that would indicate possibly a tornado. Yikes. I'm not liking what I see with this storm over here in Stills. Let's go back to this and let's talk with, let's get Dan here. Dan, what are you seeing?
So we're right there at the intersection of 2594 and 1555. We're just north of there. Winds kind of picking up. Clouds are spinning. I do have some trucks that are driving into the storm here. Going, just watching the clouds right now.
Yeah. So Dan, just looking on radar. So for everyone watching, Dan is here, and just off to Dan's north and east, we've got a really strong rotation here. This is actually pretty worrisome. So the red is wind wrapping around this way. The green is wind wrapping around this way. So it's a fairly broad area of rotation, but this is the first time I've actually seen that inflow look stronger than the outflow. You remember if we look back on the couple of frames, wow, look at this. Look at this thing actually just rotate. Look at this thing just like, oh my, look at the wind. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. So if you guys can tell with this loop, look, so you've got your bright greens here. That's wind pushing this way. That's wind going, and let me see if I can maybe draw it here. That's wind going this way. I wonder if I can leave it on. I don't think I can. I can't. Okay. Anyway, that's wind. That is so cool. That is wind going. That is wind kind of wrapping around on the south side. Watch it keep wrapping around, and now the strongest wind is now on the north side. Look at that. That is clear. That whole storm is rotating. That is crazy. Oh my goodness. So this is a dangerous storm. This whole storm is rotating. It's rotating to. I'll draw it here. This whole storm is literally rotating on a big circle around here, right? It's literally rotating. So that is a classic supercell storm, and that whole updraft up into the atmosphere is rotating. And I am actually surprised we have not seen it drop a bigger tornado. And probably the reason why is because it's just having a hard time actually getting really. We've seen this storm have a really broad area of rotation for a long time. It hasn't really tightened up, right? It's right there. Go ahead, Dan. Looks like Dan's having some. This looks like a pretty rural area. So Steve Wallace said, "Dang, I thought I saw a cow go by the window." Maybe. I would not. I wouldn't put it past this storm with how strong these winds are. Okay, so we'll come back to Dan in just a sec here. Looks like we lost him again. But man, that is a really cool. Let's just look in this radar. That whole storm is just rotating. It sure is trying. It really is trying to spawn. But you guys see what I'm saying? It's not, the rotation isn't really tight. It's pretty broad, and there isn't necessarily like bright reds next to bright greens. So that's why this thing isn't planning a massive tornado. At least I don't think it is. But it definitely has the winds there. It has the bright greens and has the bright reds. But it's these things need to tighten up a little bit more before it's going to drop a big tornado. Hold on, give me just 1 second. We'll keep an eye on this. And Steve, I see your comment. I'll go ahead and look towards Odessa. Sorry, everybody. I'm just sending something out. Just got a text I got to respond to. All right. You're right. So that's yeah. I mean, it's just kind of broadening up a little bit. Not as impressive as it looked before. Kind of lineared out a little bit, but still a dangerous storm. I think this storm is starting to move into areas of less helicity. Yeah, thanks, Scott. We're gonna get them worked out. I got to figure out how to play that sound effect better. But yeah, and honestly, too, when you're storm chasing and when you're storm chasing at this in this part of the country, it is really hard to get signal. I mean, some of the biggest chasers sometimes have struggles with that, and the only way they're able to get around it is by you've really got to have their Starlink. Some storm chasers are using Starlink. Other storm chasers are they basically buy service from all the different carriers like Verizon, AT&T, and so they tap into every cell towers. But sometimes you're just in the middle of nowhere and you can't get signal. So that's the reality with these types of things is sometimes you can't control the signal. Hey, we got Dan back.
Hi, Brady.
Hey, Dan. Where are you now?
I am coming up to 67, and I'm gonna go east, northeast, and watch it. Looks like it's probably gonna be crossing 67 at some point.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's moving really slow, and the rotation. Well, actually, hold on. Every time I say it's flattening out, it seems like it recycles. So this thing has still got really strong winds going both directions. So this tornado warning expires in about 7 minutes. I think they're probably going to extend it. So I think that Dan, Dan, you said you're on 67. Is that correct?
I'm on 55, coming up to 67.
Got it. Okay, so Dan is basically right here. If I zoom out a little bit, Dan is about to be here. I think Dan is going to go east to Big Lake. Dan, do me a favor. If you drive by Big Lake, look out the right-hand side of your car and see how big the lake is. See if it's really a big lake. Because the entire premise of that town is that it's near a big lake, and that's why it's called Big Lake. I'm very interested to see how big that lake actually is. But after you do that, I think Dan is probably going to go up. Just no response. Dan's like, oh, no. But I think Dan is going to go up 137.
No, I broke up. Yeah, so
Dan, we just lost you for a sec. But are you going up 137 eventually?
Likely.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dan's probably going to take 67 here. Then he's going to go through Big Lake, take 137 up to try and get there. Yeah, I gotta love the robot voice. Yeah, that just happens. This is. I mean, I think the closest town to where Dan is Big Lake, and I don't think Big Lake's a very big town. So, nothing against Big Lake. I love Big Lake. I would love to live in Big Lake. But essentially, Dan is going to try to get up to 137 and try and get probably near Stills to try and get a visual on this thing. Because I will say this thing is just crawling. It is moving really slow, but it's still got a couplet on it. I mean, it's still got winds wrapping here, and there's still winds wrapping here. This expires in about 5 minutes. I think this is for sure going to get extended. Yeah, yikes. The latest frame is really strong winds. We could see this is starting to tighten up a little bit. I definitely think this is going to get extended. And when it does, hopefully that'll give us a good chance to test our sound effects to see if it works. So please, if in the chat, if you hear the tornado sound effect, let me know. If you don't, or if you don't hear it, also let me know and yell at me. But Dan's going to go and chase that thing, and he's going to try and get up to see if we can get a good visual. Dan, definitely be careful. This thing is, but it is moving. I mean, it's only moving about 20 miles an hour, so it's not moving very fast. They just did extend the severe thunderstorm warning on it. That now includes half of Big Lake. So Big Lake, you'll be getting this storm soon. But I would expect the new tornado warning is probably going to be, probably like a box like, probably like a box like this, right? Something like that, which is it's probably going to be a continuation of what they already have. But it is a dangerous storm. And ooh, look at this. Yikes. This is our let's actually take we'll come back. We'll come right back to this storm, to the Big Lake storm. But let's do a quick round the horn here with this was our Fort Stockton storm that's now well to the south of Fort Stockton. This produced a tornado up near there, and now is now has some pretty monster size hail. I mean, hail of 3. I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen this. I don't think I've ever seen hail that they've said was 3 inches in the warning. I mean, I know they probably have, but 3-inch hail is pretty big. So, we've got 3-inch hail with this storm, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So a destructive storm. So if you live in the kind of the rural areas of southern Texas, just the east of Sanderson, Texas, I mean, look, yikes! That is some giant hail, absolutely giant hail, just to the south of Moser, Texas. So if you're on, let's see if we got any storm chasers on that. No, they're all. A lot of our storm spotters are actually to the. A lot of our storm spotters have moved off of this storm. We still have guys. It looks like there's a decent amount of people that are stuck to the south of this thing, and they can't get back north because of this hail core. Oh my gosh, look at that. Hail of this radar is picking up hail of 4.33 inches. That is huge. So yeah, hopefully none of these chasers are going to be core punching. Jonathan, Flick, Brandon, Joe Baza, Jake Thompson. If you guys are watching this stream and you're getting the internet and you're any of those guys, do not drive through this hail core. That is massive, massive 4-inch hail with 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's a destructive storm there. And I bet if you'd watch, yeah, look at the chasers, the chasers that are all moving away from this. They're just getting out of Dodge. These chasers down here are trying to get away from it, and they can't. They're stuck. Yikes, you hate to see that. Okay. Yeah, get your baseball hat ready. Or bat, whoops. So that storm is yike. They just updated the warning to 4-inch hail. Softball size hail, maybe even bigger. That is, yeah, get your baseball hats or maybe your softball hats on. So that's a dangerous storm down there. Thank goodness I think it's over mostly rural parts of southern Texas. I don't think there's a big tornado threat with this thing, just a giant hail threat, like huge hail. All right, interesting update. They've dropped they've allowed the tornado warning on this Big Lake storm to expire. And we'll bring Dan back in to give him that update. Dan, looks like they've allowed that tornado warning to expire on the Big Lake storm. Let's just look at the rotation. Dan, do you see anything outside your window as you go?
I'm not seeing anything necessarily that concerns me.
Okay. And that doesn't so Dan right now is driving on 60. Looks like we've lost Dan again. Dan's back. Okay, we'll bring Dan in just a sec. So let's keep kind of bouncing around here. Also, I do see we've gotten a couple new people joining. Guys, welcome to the stream. I'm meteorologist Brady Harris, also known as Stormcat 5. We are, and I hope there's no echo. We are. This is Outbreak. Outbreak is a live stream brought to you by the Stormfront Freaks. And our goal is to really just show you guys severe weather around the country. Right now, we're doing Texas, and we have a enhanced risk for some storms today. We've already covered several tornado warnings today, and we have one active tornado warning right now in Texas, and we'll jump to that in just a second. But just want to say thank you guys for joining. This is just awesome to see all you guys on this stream. I think this is getting close to our high on YouTube. So if you are on Twitter and you are watching us on Twitter, I will say that the experience is the best over on YouTube. You can comment on the show. You can it's a better experience over on YouTube. So if you do want to go check that out, go ahead and head over to Stormfront Freaks on YouTube and check us out. We will. But if you're watching on Twitter and you don't want to do that, that's fine. I'm just happy to have you, right? I'm just really happy to have you guys here on the stream, and can't wait to continue to do this in the future. Monday is going to be a big day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even Thursday. Before we end this show, we will do a quick overview of those days. I'm starting to lose my voice here. I've been going about 5 hours, but we'll do a quick preview on those days because I know those days are going to be pretty heavy. So let's get to this tornado warning right now, just to the east of San Angelo. San Angelo yesterday, and I think it was, what was it? Robert Lee. This is where we had that just like unbelievable. We'll add Dan back, but we had this unbelievable storm. Probably one of the storm of the years. That radar loop. I'm sure you guys have seen it. If not, I can quickly show you. But we had this. Let me pull it up. We had this just unbelievable radar loop of and this is from Cameron Nixon on Twitter. Cameron Nixon is a friend of the show, but I mean, this was one of the craziest radar loops I've ever seen in my life. This was yesterday, kind of near Robert Lee and the area that we're looking at right now. But this was it literally looks like, if I pause it right there, look, it literally looks like a hurricane. Right, it has an eye. It literally has an eye in the center. I've never seen that, and it is just absolutely crazy to see that. And and then it occludes and just goes off to the east. So this is a crazy storm that we had yesterday in the Big Lake area, or sorry, not the Big Lake area, in the Robert Lee area, which is up here. And now we're talking about another storm, which the tornado warning just expired. So we no longer have a tornado warning for this storm. And that makes sense, right? If we look at the velocity, there's really nothing there. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning with some big hail and some strong lightning, but we don't have a severe tornado warning. We actually have no tornado warnings at the moment. Tracy, welcome to the stream. Tracy, glad to have you. Really glad to have you here. And you know what, guys? Give me 1 second. I realize there's an echo. I'm going to go fix this right now. Give me 1 second. I'm also going to grab some peanuts too, because I've been going straight for about 5 hours now. So this is cool to just kind of, it's just cool to be here, guys. I am so happy that you guys are here, and so happy that I get to do this. So if it is your first time watching this, thank you again for watching. Please like and subscribe. If you do like the show, if you don't like it, you don't have to like. I don't actually think you can thumbs down. But if you can, please don't. But you can always email me or tweet me if you don't like the show. I always love to hear from people. You can follow me if you do want to reach out. If you have any, I always love getting feedback on the show. We're this is our 6th show doing this. We just started this year, so you guys are all getting into the ground floor. We are really trying to experiment with a lot of stuff, and we're trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, and so if you do have any feedback, let us know. Go ahead and tweet me at stormcat5 with an underscore. That's my Twitter account. I'm on X or Twitter and Instagram. I'm not really on Facebook, but the Stormfront Freak account actually is as well. So give both the Stormfront Freak and the Stormcat 5 a follow on Twitter and X. What you're going to see, I tweet often about the tornadoes and severe weather that are ongoing. The Stormfront Freak account too is a really popular podcast that puts out a lot of great content as well. And definitely let us know what you think of the show and give us a follow. And then if you're on YouTube, go ahead and like and subscribe to the show as well. That helps us out tremendously. And that also helps you guys know when we go live, right? So thank you guys again for joining and for being here and for allowing me to do what I love to do. Let's go ahead and check in with Dan. I did see Dan has some look like a pretty cool shot. Dan, what did you see there when you were approaching that storm?
So I was kind of positioned to the northwest, looking at the cell there, and now I'm still on 67.
Okay. Now, have you made it to Big Lake yet, Dan?
Just outside Big Lake.
Ooh. All right. When you get into Big Lake, look to your right and tell me if you can see a big lake. And I think our viewers are all dying to know how big the lake is.
Okay, we'll take a look.
Okay. Fantastic. And Tracy, thank you, Tracy. Love that. Love you a ton. Thank you for subbing and hitting the thumbs up. That helps us out tremendously. All right. So, that's weird. Okay. So let me just give everyone a lay of the land here. And what do we got going on? We have let me actually bring up and we'll check back with Dan in just a second. But we right now we have let me go back to the Storm Prediction Center here. So this was issued about 15 minutes ago. So we still have an enhanced risk for severe storms. This was issued wait a second, that's the old one. That's weird. Sometimes this is a little buggy. This was issued. Okay, that's weird. So the next outlook is scheduled for 01Z. The current time is 0041Z. So it's 8:41. So this says this was the new day one convective outlook, but it's not, because when I click on it, it still says this is the 200 or 2000 UTC, which is a couple hours ago, about 4 hours ago. So that's little buggy. I think we're kind of waiting on the new one. So they haven't issued a new one yet, or they may have, but it's just not appearing on my screen. But so we have an enhanced risk, right, of severe storms, and that's mainly for portions of western Texas. Been streaming too long, my brain's starting to die. That's for portions of western Texas, and we think this is going to form into a line and push off to the east. So that's why you have a slight risk to the east and even marginal further east, because there's going to be a line of storms and really central and eastern Texas. You're going to get a lot of rain tonight. So as we go into the overnight hours, this is going to transition into a rain and flooding threat. And that's why if you go to the Weather Prediction Center and you look at the excessive rainfall forecast, you'll see the let me go. Wait a second. I'm actually thinking for tomorrow. That's why if you look at the day two outlook, you've got a moderate risk of rain, right? And today you have a slight risk of, so that basically means they think there's going to be some flooding, right? So central and southern Texas, you could deal with some flooding problems as we go through in the overnight hours. It doesn't look like it's going to be terrible, right? Slight's not too bad, but still some really, really heavy rain overnight for the for central Texas. We'll come back to look at and actually, okay, they did just issue another tornado watch. So they continue the tornado watch, and this tornado watch goes until 10 p.m. Central. So that's 11 p.m. Eastern. I may continue to that time. I may not. I'm getting a little run down, but still a pretty decent chance for some tornadoes. Hail is probably the biggest threat. Large to giant hail will accompany these intense supercells. We're already seeing that. We're seeing some massive, massive hail. Okay, so as the stronger supercells move into richer level moisture in the Pecos Valley, a greater risk for tornadoes is forecast. The risk for a strong tornado may maximize during the late afternoon to early evening time frame. That's right now. And as a reminder, I think I think even I get it mixed up sometimes too, but a lot of people try to figure out or because sometimes get confused between a watch and a warning. A watch means conditions are favorable. A warning means it's happening, right? So a watch just means, if you're in this area, it doesn't mean there's a tornado happening. It just means that if you're anywhere in this area, conditions are right for a tornado possibly to happen. Doesn't mean it will. In fact, most people within this warning, it won't. But it could. So it's just, if you're in this warning, it's not time to panic. It's just time to prepare. I love my alliterations, if you can't tell. Dan, do you see, are you at Big Lake yet?
Yeah, we just pulled into Big Lake, and I'm not seeing a lake.
There's no lake? What? Look, are you looking out the right side?
Yeah, there's some buildings.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Why is this town named Big Lake if there's no lake?
I have to do some research on that one.
I'm sorry. Dan, I'm going on 5 hours right now. I'm starting to get a little delirious. So I think the viewers are like, this guy's crazy.
Yeah, there's a Sunoco here.
Is that that's a gas station, right?
It is.
All right, so Scott, you had a really good question. Will a low-level jet come into play after sundown in that tornado watch? You know, I don't think so, Scott, right? Because normally the low-level jet develops late at night when you have like strengthening low pressure systems. And like next week, the low-level jet's going to be a thing, and it's going to be a tornado producer probably. But I don't think we're going to have a nocturnal low-level jet threat. Wow. Nocturnal low-level jet threat. That was a nice little rhyme. I don't think we're going to have that. I think we're going to have that problem tonight. I think the tornado threat's probably going to be maximized in the next hour or two or three. And then these storms are going to kind of all combine into more of a hail threat. But it's a really good question. I don't know, Dan, do you agree with that?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think these storms aren't necessarily associated with like a deep area of low pressure like we usually see. This is more like dry line, cold front action that we get. And this is actually a really good time to play. I'm going to play a quick video from Reed Timmer on low level shear and the jet and how that can impact storms. We'll be right back.
Well, with tornadoes, I definitely focused in on the low-level shear and the wind fields being properly aligned. So you need that storm motion to really turn in to the low-level jet and ideally be perpendicular to that low-level jet, a critical angle, relatively close to 90 degrees. Photographs are a great tool to analyze just how favorable low-level and deep layer wind shear are for tornadoes and supercell storms. My old office mates at the University of Oklahoma, Don Giuliano and John Esterheld, actually invented the critical angle. So you hear about the critical angle mentioned a lot on these photograph plots, and they showed that a 90-degree critical angle is ideal because you're pulling in purely streamwise vorticity at the low levels. But as long as storms are surface-based and they have a significant or sufficiently low cloud base and the wind shear is properly aligned and you have at least 20 knots, 20, 25, 30 knots of a low-level jet, then the physics are such that that storm will likely turn into a tornado-producing machine.
Yeah, you guys caught me. I was hopefully you guys enjoyed that video. It allowed me to take a quick break. Gosh, it's gonna be really sad if my dinner is just peanuts tonight. It might be. I will say, I don't know, Dan, if you're listening, but I will say streaming like this has definitely allowed me to, makes it easier to lose a little bit of weight because, you don't really have time to eat.
Yeah, it's true.
And I don't know, have you been keeping fueled out there, Dan? Have you had any good gas station hot dogs?
No, I went to an Allsup's earlier and had some of their chicken and wedges.
Chicken and what?
Wedge potatoes.
Oh, okay. All right. Not too bad. Was that at a
So
gas?
it was Allsup's in Rankin.
Okay. All right. Sounds like actually a pretty good dinner for out on the road storm chasing.
Yeah, so I'm looking up here by styles, and there's a small couplet that seems to be kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, let me look at that. So Dan, and Dan, just so you know too, so Dan is basically in Big Lake right now. This storm is moving right at him. Dan, there's a pretty significant hail core has developed. So just note that this is probably not I mean, it's moving slow enough that you shouldn't get stuck, but this is definitely you don't want to be near that Styles area because there's a pretty strong hail signal right here just to the west of Styles. But Dan had said that there could be a couplet here. Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. It looks like there could be. I mean, there's definitely winds wrapping around this way. There's winds starting to wrap this way. So it's a broad area, but there's I mean, this whole storm is definitely rotating. It's been rotating for a long time, but anytime you get a storm like this that is rotating, we this could all it takes is a little tightening of this rotation. A little bit of wind starting to kind of mix here. The downdraft and the the wind's wrapping around this way. All it takes is just a little bit of mixing here, and then that's where you get your rotation. We could be seeing that just to the west of Styles right now.
Yeah, and Brady, I don't know if you saw the warning product that's on it right now, but there is a tornado possible tag on it.
I do see that. Yep, and they did so basically the National Weather Service will do that when they won't necessarily, they don't have enough confidence to do a tornado warning, but they do think they know this storm's rotating, and they do, they'll put that on there to basically say, hey, we don't think there's a tornado, but it might be possible or it might be forming. I've seen them do that, put that possible tag on when they think a tornado might be about to form or when they're not confident enough. And Dan, just in this last scan, looks like it's starting to tighten up a little bit more. So I have to keep an eye on that. All right. So while we keep an eye on that, I'm just going to do a quick round robin here of the different kind of areas of storms that we have. Chicago. Dang. I'm sorry, Scott. I think I just missed these storms rolling through Chicago. So the other cool thing is if you let me know where you are in the chat, I can I'll periodically come back to your area and just give you like, okay, what's going on here? So I know Scott was in Chicago, and Chicago just had a pretty nasty line of storms move through. The good thing is those have moved off onto the lake. So now if you're on the west coast of Michigan, anywhere from Muskegon, Grand Haven down to I believe that's like South Haven, Benton Harbor. I know Benton Harbor is a really popular spot for people to be. So if you're up there, know you've got some nasty storms moving your way, and it's probably time to take the boat in. We also have some storms about to move through Northwest Indiana. Valparaiso, my alma mater for a year. That line's going to be moving towards you guys. I know we have some people in Ohio. Ohio's pretty much a nothing burger right now. But that line does extend all the way into Illinois. Urbana, Illinois, you just had some storms move through. Danville, Illinois, you've got storms pushing your way. These are going to slide off to the east. These aren't going to be severe in any way, but could be a wet night in Indianapolis. And as these push east, they'll generally weaken. St. Louis had some nasty storms earlier. I know we had a couple people in St. Louis. Those storms have pushed off to your east now and have kind of weakened. This line extends all the way down into just the southern portion of Illinois, southeastern Missouri. Nashville, you should be okay tonight. Arkansas could be a little bit of a noisy night. We have some storms going to be pushing your way. With a kind of a bigger storm about to go into Hot Springs. We're going to go into Hot Springs the next hour. A lot of lightning with this storm. Oklahoma, good news is we had some storms in southeast Oklahoma. Those have essentially pushed out. We do have some more storms in southern Oklahoma. Those should stay generally sub-severe. I'm not too worried about those. Probably get some lightning, but they're kind of meandering to the north. To be honest, they're not really moving that fast. So I think southern Oklahoma might get some. And really, maybe you might even get some in Oklahoma City tonight late, but nothing I'm too concerned about. And then really where all the action is. So right now we have a total of 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, 14 flash flood warnings, 2 special marine statements. So I think that's for your Chicago storms. Yeah. And then 14 special weather statements. So no tornado warnings at this point. And most, if not all of the severe thunderstorm warnings, except for the Jacksonville, except for there's one down in Tallahassee. There's one severe thunderstorm warning down in Tallahassee. All the rest of the severe thunderstorm warnings are in Texas. And, actually, let me go back to Dan. And we do have a storm chaser on the ground, Dan Wallace, who is an awesome storm chaser. Elizabeth said this guy cover Indiana a lot. I try to get everywhere. Elizabeth. I try to focus on the areas of greatest concern, but now when we're kind of jumping around, I like to get everywhere. So if I know you're somewhere, I will try to cover it too. I try to bounce around and make sure I cover all the biggest areas. Carly, I'll make sure to get the SPC in just a second. Scott Googled Big Lake, Texas, and it's a dry intermittent lake just southwest of the city. Interesting. Hey, no problem, Elizabeth. I'm glad you joined. I'm glad you joined the stream. I'll be doing this more often, especially next week. If you guys are new here, welcome. I love you guys so much. Thank you for joining. And we're going to be streaming probably all next week. So please, if you do like the coverage, we'll be streaming all next week with the severe weather. And welcome to the stream. So glad to have you. Let's go to Dan real quick. So this is Dan Wallace. Looks like there is okay. So Dan is just out. Oh, whoa. Okay. This is interesting. Dan is just outside of Big Lake. And this storm is pushing towards him. And it's got a nasty hail core. Also, the fact that this hail core is kind of wrapping. You see how this hail core is kind of wrapping around? That's indicative of some rotation. So that's a little worrisome. There is, with this storm, hail of 2 inches or greater. So it's a nasty storm. And let me see if there's any rotation. Some rotation with this thing. So looking on radar, this is the velocity. This is green is going towards the radar. Red is going away from the radar. So if we look at our radar is back in Midland. So green means there's winds going this way. Red means winds going this way. So that's your rotation right there. So rotation is, just saw some lightning in Dan's stream. This has got pretty broad rotation. Nothing too concerning in terms of tornadoes, but Dan looks like he's about to get crushed by some big hail. Dan, that looks like a pretty, wow. Those are like almost black. That looks like a pretty strong line there, Dan.
Yeah, so we're just north of Big Lake, and looks like we're looking to the northwest right now at that area of rotation and the hail core wrapping
Yeah, and it looks like Dan. It looks like there's a lot of lightning, and at least the latest report I saw was 2-inch hail. But I'm looking on radar. I mean, we've got some pretty dark purple and blue colors too. So could be bigger hail inside that storm.
Yeah, for sure. We're gonna kind of make sure that we stay between the hail cores. I'm not looking at the windshield tomorrow.
Are Dan? Do you think you're gonna move? Are you gonna move off to the east? Are you just gonna go 67 east to get away from that?
I'm not sure exactly where I'm gonna head right now. I do see 2 hail cores. And what I could do is just kind of skirt it to the south on 67, either east or west.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna get hit by it right now. We're too far south of it right
Yeah, no, I agreed. And I mean, this thing's it's moving southeast at 15 miles an hour. So it's pretty stationary. There is, it is 70-mile wind gusts. So there's going to be some strong wind with this thing. But it's definitely taking its time here, moving at you.
Yeah, Brady, my spotter location is updated.
Oh, cool. Okay.
If
Now,
you want to see where I am on the radar.
oh yeah, okay. I see where Dan is. So Dan is so this radar I'm looking at right now, by the way, is it's GR Earth, and that was provided to us by Ryan Hickman. Thank you, Ryan, for allowing us to do this. It's provided to us by Allison House, so it's really cool. It's basically the National Weather Service, the data and the radar the National Weather Service uses. So it's and this actually can show where the spotters are. So Dan is right here. Right here. So if I zoom out, looking at this cell, Dan is right down here. And so he's actually just north of Big Lake. Dan, looks like you got Ryan Nolan. I don't know if you know Ryan Nolan. Ryan Nolan's next to you. So I always love looking at the spotter network. It's always fun to look and see where people are. Thank goodness it doesn't look like we have any. Well, Isaac might be trying to hail punch or core punch this thing, which that's not good.
Yeah, we ran into Isaac earlier. We've got about 6 cars around us, and then a semi just pulled over as well.
Okay. Talk about chaser convergence. That's hilarious. Yeah, this is definitely zooming out. A lot of storm chasers, if they're not going home, this is the storm that they're all going to. So we've still got some chasers that I can tell these like Joe and Jake Thompson, they were just waiting for this storm to pass down here in southern Texas. This was the Fort Stockton storm that produced that tornado, and now it's producing giant. It was 4-inch, now it's 2-inch hail. But this was just sitting over this road right here in Orange, and they couldn't get back. So the storm is now looks like it's kind of pushed off to the east, and they can finally go home because this is close to the Mexico border. So it's pretty hilarious well, I guess not hilarious, but it's always fun to look at where the spotters are. But yeah, we've got so Dan is basically right here, that and you're right, Ash, that inflow is coming. And looks like the sun's kind of setting here with Dan. So we do have it's coming slowly. It's moving pretty slow. That's the good news. It's moving only at 15 miles an hour towards Dan, but it's going to pack a punch. It's going to definitely pack. Could be winds of 70 miles an hour. Still some broad rotation here, but nothing. I don't think that would qualify as a warning just yet. This whole storm basically for the last 2 hours has been rotating.
I'm like, I'll go and park here.
Looks like we got some trucks trying to park where Dan is. Oh no. Oh no, what is going on? Dan, looks like they're blocking Dan in. Oh no.
Yeah,
That was-
they're all coming in off the road.
You've got to be kidding me.
No.
Oh my God.
So I'm going to back up a little bit out of the way here.
See, the problem is all those trucks you're pulling off, but if they sit there, they're just going to sit in the hail core. I mean, oh no. So Dan Wallace right now is just north of Big Lake, Texas, which apparently there's a big lake there, but it's a flood lake, so it's usually dry. And Dan is now looks like he's getting boxed in by some trucks here that are pulling off the road because they see a nasty storm coming just like we do. Yep, Wilder's Honey, they're too heavy to outrun it. Yep. You're right about that. The only silver lining in this thing is that just the last couple scans right now, the hail doesn't look as intense. But that's the good news right now, at least. Scott's talking about. I think Scott, you might know Isaac. It sounds like storms cannot corp. Yeah, no way. If you try to corp punch any of these storms today, that's you're gonna have to call Safe Flight or I don't know. All right, so that's this storm. The good news is it looks like let me just put this in motion. But it looks like the hail that was there looked like it kind of peaked when it was near Stiles. The past couple scans don't have hail, don't have as big of a return for hail, so that's good. Let's look at our other storm down here too. This is almost at the southern border of the U.S. The Fort Stock. We've been following both of these storms pretty closely because that's been our kind of main producers of weather here. The good news is I think the tornado threat is diminishing. It's still there. We still have active tornado watches, but it's not as terrible. And I think as the sun, as you get later into the overnight hours, the tornado threat's actually going to diminish even more. So this other cell, and I see info on Chicago. I'll look, Noah, in just a second. But this other storm that we have has hail of 2 to 4 inches. It did produce some pretty big hail down there. Right now, it doesn't look as bad, but we had some storm chasers that were in Sanderson trying to get home and trying to get back north, and they were waiting for this hail core to move over, or get off this highway or to get off this road so they could drive north. That's now moved. Raymond asks, I need ice water by now. Yeah, I do. My voice is starting to go here, so I'm going to go as long as I can. But so that's those two storms, and we'll come back to Dan in just a sec. But in Texas, we have just a big mess, just an absolutely big mess of storms. And these are going to kind of keep sliding to the east, generally, east, maybe northeast too. These storms are going to keep pushing to the south like they are. So San Angelo, you actually may get missed. But the storms to the south are generally going to be your big hail producers down here. Your storms to the north in Sweetwater, Abilene, Brownwood, San Angelo, those are generally going to be big rain producers. Big rain, a lot of lightning, maybe some small hail, and flooding. That's going to be here's going to be your biggest risk for some flooding. We already have some flash flood warnings in here. And these are only going to get worse as we go throughout the night. I don't think we're necessarily going to have extreme. I don't think we're going to have a ton of flooding, but areas in the circle, Waco, even off to the east, you're probably going to get about 2 to 4 inches of rain tonight. So, a noisy night, a wet night for you guys. But I don't think the severe weather is not It's not going to be terrible tonight. Just a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and some wind, and maybe some small hail. Waters Honey is in Lawn, Texas. Trees are down everywhere. Hail was big in some places. Only a quarter here, and the power is out. Oh no, you hate to. Well, you're watching the stream. The power is out. Well, first of all, I'm sorry for the power being out. But second of all, I love that you're watching the stream. But hopefully, you got some battery charge or something. I don't want to tell you to get off the stream, but please save the battery. Okay, Wilders. Save your battery on your phone. You can watch me as long as you want, but let me just really quickly look at Lawn, Texas for you, so you can just know if there's any other storms coming or not. So Lawn, Texas is, let's see, Lawn, Texas is okay. It's just south of Abilene and Tuscola. So that's. See, where's Tuscola? Abilene. Okay, so I think Lawn, Texas is like. Okay, Lawn. Yeah, okay, here it is. Here's Lawn. Yeah, you're gonna have a busy. You're gonna have a busy night in Lawn. So Lawn is here. Let's put these storms in motion here. The good news. Yeah, you're gonna have a pretty noisy night, and those crews probably going to have a little bit of a hard time getting the power back just because of that. But these showers are going to kind of continue. These showers and storms are going to continue pushing your way. The good thing is, I don't think you should get incredibly big hail later tonight. Now, these probably for the next couple of hours are going to be pretty noisy and stormy. So if I were you, I'd probably save your battery. But I don't, Wilders, I don't think you're going to be in any like significant, tornado risk or, incredibly strong wind threat. You could get a gusty storm, and these are all going to be, low, noisy, heavy rain, lightning with these. But I don't think you're going to have a significant tornado threat. So that's the good news. But I would still probably save the battery on your phone. So keep watching me if you want, but I would probably, save the battery on your phone so you don't lose that as well. But I don't know the power companies too near Abilene. They might do a great job and get you back on quick. Yeah, I agree, Walters. It was wild earlier. I think the good news is I don't think it'll be a noisy night, but it won't be a terrible night. All right, let's go check in with Dan. Dan, what are you seeing? That storm is about on top of you at Big Lake. You seeing anything? Are you in the rain yet?
Hey, took me a moment to unmute.
You're good.
So I'm not in the rain. We're still rain free. We're still looking to the northwest and intermittent lightning. I know you can't really see it. It's too dark for the camera, but it's just a gray sky, kind of a shelf cloud appearance coming in.
Okay. That's cool. It does. I guess the silver lining is the storm is still rotating. That is the Big Lake storm is still you can clearly see it on radar. But looks like the hail has generally decreased. Now it's saying that about an inch and a half, which is good. Now the winds are still pretty strong with this, but you still have generally broad rotation. The winds also don't look as intense as they did earlier, so that's good. But still going to be a noisy storm that moves through with probably an inch and a half hail. So I don't know if you feel lucky or not, but the good thing is this storm's moving really slow. So, there's a big lightning strike. So you should be able to move pretty quickly if this thing comes fast.
Yeah, and it looks like that there's a rain shaft here, probably with hail as well.
Yeah. All right, and we also just got Mason Frazier. Mason, I think I haven't seen I haven't seen a lot of you here before, so thanks for joining. But Mason asked, "What's going on in Rotan, Texas?" Rotan, Texas is just to the northwest of Abilene, and it's kind of right near. Okay, I got Rotan. Okay, so Rotan, Texas. You guys just have some I don't want to strong showers with a little bit of lightning. So Rotan, I'm not too worried about right now. You guys probably you did have just a pretty strong storm moving through right now with some lightning. Doesn't look too intense. I bet there's definitely some strong wind with this, but no rotation really with this. Just pretty much straight line winds. And behind it, you'll get some rain. And I wouldn't be surprised if they issue maybe a flash flood warning. So just you guys don't have one now, but there's one off to your west, and so you are going to get some pretty heavy rain with this storm. And then Cotier says broad rotation near Moulin. No, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced Delicious de Cotier. I'm not French. So I don't pretend to be French. So I wish I knew. I know sign language, but I don't know French. But let's look near Moulin and see what we got to see if there's some rotation here. Moulin, Texas. That is Goldwater. Where is that at? Okay, that's near Austin. All right, it's not near Austin, but Brady, Texas. San Angelo. You guys are really testing my geography tonight, and I love it. Okay, here it is. Let's look. Let's pull up a different radar. Moulin, Texas. Yeah. No, I see what you're seeing there, Cotier. It's definitely weakened though, but I agree. You did have a little bit of rotation there. You do have a severe flash flood warning for Moulin. So, yikes! That is oh my gosh! If you're in Moulin, this is a noisy storm. This is a really noisy storm here. A ton of lightning, just a ton. So I if you're in Moulin right now, it's gonna be a noisy night because there's more. You're not gonna want to hear this, but there's more behind it. And actually, there's a little bit of another kind of pretty strong storm near Brady, Texas. It's got a little bit of an appendage. We'll have to watch that. Yep, they just put a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So Moulin, you are going to get another round of storms now. Behind it, there's a severe thunderstorm where you could get some hail. And I'm just curious to see what we got on rotation. Not much. Let's look at a different radar. Yeah, so not really much rotation with this. So that's good, but still, nasty ton of lightning with this. Just a ton of lightning in general. If you're in Austin right now, you look north, you probably can see a light show. Sorry, Noah. You're right. Let's get to Chicago real quick. All right, so Chicago, you guys just had a line of storms move through, and you've got another little couple of storms pop up here, but Chicago's in the clear for now. But you guys did get hammered pretty good with that line. If you are in Chicago, look to the west, look to the east towards that line. It probably is a pretty good light show out your window, assuming you have a you can see that way and it's not blocked by any buildings. But pretty good light show out on Lake Michigan here. Christopher Krimmer. Also, Christopher, that's a great name. Thanks for joining. I love that name, Christopher Krimmer. I wish my name was that was catchy like that. But yeah, the Texas storms, especially the storms in southern Texas, were they dropped a couple tornadoes, and they had some pretty impressive radar signatures, and also had some giant hail. Whoops. Sorry about that, guys. So this storm is still just kind of taking its time in Big Lake. Dan is still sitting here. Dan, it looks like the hail's trying to make a comeback here in Stills. Gosh, I would oh my God. Look, so this is 8:43 Eastern. So about 40 minutes ago. Stills is getting big hail. Big hail. 8:55. Still getting big hail. 9:02, still getting big hail. 9:10, hail weakens a little bit, but Stills is probably still getting hail. 9:18, Stills is still kind of in the hail core, and now it's starting to regenerate. I would not want to be in Stills right now. Regardless of if it's getting hail or not, they're getting they're getting absolutely crushed up there. And probably going to be another flash flood warning. That honestly, across all of Central Texas, you're probably going to have Stiles. Sorry, Em. All right, let's check in with Dan. It looks like Dan's moving. Dan, you getting out of there?
Hey, Brady. Yeah, we're gonna move. Just booked a hotel room, so probably
fantastic.
Call it for the night.
Is it nice 4-star Marriott?
Yeah, it's not a Marriott. It's actually it's the Holiday Inn
Okay.
group. What is it? IGH or IHG or something?
That's solid.
Yeah, IHG. Yeah, it's Avid Hotel. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but
Oh, all right.
I kind of like the
yeah.
property.
I love that.
Not that that's an endorsement.
Hey, you know what? We are equal endorsers of all the different hotel brands. But Dan Wallace has been chasing all day here. So, Dan, thank you for chasing. You've gotten us some great coverage here, and it's been fun to kind of watch you on this Big Lake storm and chasing down in southern Texas. I think we had some pretty solid storms today. And I don't we didn't have many tornadoes, honestly, with these storms. There were some, but they were pretty brief. But Dan, you did a great job today.
Well, I appreciate it. And yeah, we covered a lot of ground today, all the way north of Monahans and Odessa to down to I-10 and back over here.
Wow. Yeah. So for everyone that was watching earlier, Dan Wallace, who's he's part of the Stormfront Freaks, and also is a storm chaser as well. Dan's been going all the way with us today. He started up in Odessa. He went down all the way to Fort Stockton and even towards Sanderson, and then kind of pivoted and went all the way back up to Midland, and has been following this Big Lake storm, and is now here closer to Big Lake. So Dan has covered a lot of ground today, and cannot be more thankful to him for getting us some great coverage. And now he's getting out of here before the hail hits, and I agree with you, Dan. And honestly, Dan, you're smart, because the tornado threat is decreasing, and also you can't really see tornadoes at night, and chasing tornadoes at night is dangerous. So really appreciate all the hard work you're doing here.
I appreciate it.
All right, we'll keep following Dan here. And Dan, is it still light out there too?
There is some light as we're looking to the south as we get kind of pointed away from the storm, but it is definitely coming up to sunset, so it's not a lot of light. Okay, cool. And Dan, maybe we can sync either tomorrow if you are available, and just do like a quick 15-minute. You can beat me up for being really stupid about my not getting the sound effect to work. So I don't know what was going on. No, it's a complicated thing to make sure you wherever, because everyone's computer is a little different. So we'll definitely get you situated.
Okay.
And you're using different software than I'm using as well. So.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, we'll keep following Dan here, and then Dan, I think we're going to wrap up here soon. So we'll keep you on, and then if you get to your hotel, no problem. Feel free to drop off whenever. But really appreciate and thank you, man, and love you a ton.
I appreciate it, yeah, and I appreciate all the coverage you're doing. You're on there all day long talking. I do want to let you know that I'm going to be going back. It's like 67 for a little bit, and we do have the storm that it's going to be crossing the road here in front of us. So.
Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. So Dan is here. Dan, you're going east on 67, right? And you're just east of Big Lake, right?
So I'm turning on to 67 right now from the road I was on, and if you look in front of me, the storm is going to be wanting to cross the road.
Oh wow! Are you going to drive west through that?
Thinking about it.
All right. So Dan, wow. All right. So Dan is here in Big Lake, and he is, I think, currently driving west on 67. So Dan is gonna try to kind of get. I mean, Dan, it honestly just looks like some heavy rain, with maybe a little bit of hail.
A little bit of hail. I don't think that there's gonna be. I don't see a hail core that's ominous looking.
Yeah, I don't either. I think to the north is really. It's gosh, this storm is still trying to rotate here. It's been trying to rotate for about an hour now, 2 hours now. But the good news is Dan's going to try and go to the south of that rotation. So Dan, just drive safe if you do go through that core. The good news is I think the biggest hail is to the north. And they did just issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm, and they did put a possible tornado tag on it. So that'll be the good news is Dan's getting away from that. Dan's getting away from that rotation, right? So Dan's kind of pushing this way. The rotation is up here. Yeah, and Chris, you're definitely right. That's a broad area of rotation. So Dan, I'm going to keep an eye on that for you as you go through this, because this is that's an interesting development that I just saw in the last second.
I appreciate it. Is that by Styles?
It's actually just to the south, about south of Styles, maybe about a mile south. Let's see, if I'd look at it's about the center of the rotation is about 7 miles to the north of 67.
7 miles north. Okay. Yeah. And is that, I'm looking at a storm track. Is that moving southeast toward Big Lake?
I'm going to be honest. It's pretty stationary. Okay. The storm itself is actually insane. But it's pretty stationary. But man, that's I don't know. Definitely be careful, because there's definitely been kind of an RFB surge here with this.
Yeah.
But the good news is it's still it's still well north of you. So.
Yeah, it's windy here. A couple of times, a little crosswind from the right to left and the north to south, but primarily I feel like it's head-on wind. Yeah,
no, that's what I'm seeing on radar as well. So Whiteours Honey, and Dan, I'm going to keep an eye on this for you, brother, as you drive through this, and I'm gonna keep a close eye on this. And Coutier, I'll probably try and go over to Midland in just a second. Wilders, do you always do Texas or just when it gets severe? So Wilders, I try to do. I generally just do when it gets severe. I'll bounce around to different parts of the country, but like the last several days have been Texas. I haven't been able to stream every outbreak, but the last couple of days have definitely been centered around Texas. But we generally jump where the severe weather is. Scott, Dan, I want to pass along to you. Scott says, thank you for keeping us aware. Be safe. Scott, thank you so much. I know Dan loves that. Carly says, great coverage. I'll see you Monday for the coverage. And that is a good, while we have everyone here, we will be wrapping up shortly. We are going to have another day of coverage on Monday. We most likely are going to have a pretty big severe weather event on Monday for Oklahoma and Kansas and other parts of the country, and we're going to be live Monday at some point. So I would love to see you guys there as well. We're going to be doing similar format to this. Maybe we might have a chaser, or we may not. But we're going to be covering the storms regardless as they push through the area. So. We'll be live Monday, maybe Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. The next week is looking pretty potent, to be quite honest. We already have an enhanced risk of storms on Monday here. So let's just look at the latest. Yeah. So Monday we have an enhanced risk. It could be upgraded. So this is Monday. So I would not be. So we're probably going to be live Monday, and maybe even Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday here. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. Hey, this is our 5th show, so we're still working out some kinks, and we're still kind of experimenting with some things. But this is only going to get better. So you guys are all getting on the ground floor of this stream, and we're just getting things started here on Outbreak, right? And that's what we call this, is Outbreak, we're going to keep making this better. We're going to have guests on from time to time. Probably we're going to try to bring back guests from our podcast. So as we kind of build this brand, we're going to pull in guests and have them kind of nowcast severe weather with us. All right, this is Dan Wallace right now. Dan, we're keeping an eye on an area of rotation right here. It's still pretty broad, but it's the good news is it's still kind of sitting. It's still sitting over that same. I mean, my goodness, it's still just sitting over the same spot. But it's still broad. It's still very broad, and I don't think it's dropping or about to drop anything imminently. But I guess if I were you, I would not, like, if you were thinking about cutting up 1555. I don't think I would probably keep going west, because this is actually it's kind of pushing a little bit. The rotation is actually almost back building a little bit towards the west. M says, I'm in San Angelo. I'm waiting all rain all day. Storm surrounding us with no rain. Yeah, you guys have been in a rain. Oh my gosh, look at San Angelo. Just a total rain hole. If I look, let's look at 75 frames back and see. Okay, so San Angelo, this is around a couple hours ago. Just nothing. Oh my gosh, you're right. You guys have been getting nothing. Although after yesterday and the storms you guys got yesterday, I think, at least especially north in Robert Lee, where we had that crazy storm. Dan, just so you know, they did just issue a flash flood warning for that Big Lake storm. So I'm sure you're you don't feel like you gotta unmute yourself. I can unmute you. I know you're getting through this. So Dan is driving through the heart of this right now. I believe Dan is right here, probably somewhere along 67. And still a broad area of rotation here. The good news is that it's still well north of 67. This storm, I tell you what, this storm is something else. This storm's been going for a long time here, and this is your rotation right in here. And it's the entire storm is like a rotating saucer right now. And it keeps trying to crank up. We will be live Monday once again, probably, unless things just fall apart. Generally, we go live in the afternoons and evenings after because I don't do this as my first job. This is kind of like I do this on the side. So I generally can't go live, like at 2 p.m. But if you guys keep watching and this channel keeps growing, maybe I could do this as my actual job. So, but we'll definitely let you guys know. Ooh, that was a big lightning strike. We'll definitely let you guys know. Yeah, Dan's in the thick of it right now. My goodness. But we'll definitely let you guys know when we do go live. If you are on YouTube, go ahead and if you liked the show, go ahead and give us a thumbs up. That helps us out tremendously. And let me just show you here how to do this. Go ahead and give us a thumbs up on the actual video itself. And so to do that, you go down here and hit this thumbs up button, and then go ahead and like or subscribe to the show. That helps us be able to kind of get seen by more audiences, but it also helps you guys. It's a win-win, right? It's a win-win for everyone. Win-win-win if you watched The Office before. That's a Michael Squat quote. Wow, my brain is. I literally said Michael Squat. My brain is starting to die here. I've been live for 5 hours with no dinner, but that'll help you guys be able to know when we go live. So you actually get notified that says we went live, and that way you don't miss a second of our coverage, because a lot of times these things can change rapidly. So you'll be able to see us live, and you'll get notified when we do go live, which that's a pretty cool thing to do. You can control the way you get notified. You can do personalized. You can do all. So that way you can truly kind of see. Okay, maybe I only want to get live when we, the podcast goes, or maybe I only want to get notified when you go live for these outbreaks. But either way, we love that you're here, regardless of where you're watching and who you're watching with, or where you are in the country. We love that you guys are here watching us. Cannot appreciate you guys anymore. I just want to have a shout out to Dan. Dan is literally putting himself in harm's way for the show here. He's been storm chasing all day. He's being safe and keeping a safe distance, and is now making his way back to his hotel. But Dan has been awesome for the show and has helped me out a ton. But once again, I really appreciate everyone, and thank you guys so much for watching. And we'll probably wrap it up here. I want to get Dan through this rotation, because I know he's driving. He's driving just to the south of this rotation in Big Lake. So I want to get him through this storm, and then we'll probably wrap up, and then we'll go from there. Good news is still no tornado warning on this. Dan, go ahead.
Hey, yeah, Brady, just to let you know, I'm on 67 westbound. I'm well outside of Big Lake. That broad area of rotation you're looking at looks like it's about to be moving into the town there. I'm out of the wind, almost out of the rain.
Oh,
and
perfect.
Should be clear sailing from here.
Perfect. So Dan is somewhere in here. He's pushing west, so he's almost out of it. So that's good news, Dan. I'm glad, brother. I'm not gonna lie. For a second there, this thing worried me a little bit, because I tell you what, I mean, just if we look back in the last, this was at 9:13. Really nothing there. But just at about 9:31, we started seeing some pickup in the rear flank downdraft here, and now in the downdraft out in front of this thing starting to push out. So that was a big. But this storm is crazy. It has been sitting over Stiles if I look at the frames on this, let's go back about 100 frames here. So if I pause this here at the beginning, this was at 6:51. So this was about 3 hours ago. So no storm, no storm. This is 7:30. No storm yet. This is let's see. This is 8:14. So about an hour and 30 minutes ago, the storm is just moving into Styles. Hit Styles about 8:40, so about an hour ago. And then look at this. This thing is just cranking and sitting over Styles for the last hour and areas of the south. No wonder there's a couple flash flood warnings, because this thing has just been sitting over Styles, and Big Lake is coming for you. That reservoir, that dried up reservoir, is probably going to be filled after tonight. But in all seriousness, this is a dangerous storm. So if you are in Big Lake, or you're chasing in Big Lake, definitely take this storm seriously. But it has just been absolutely cranking over those areas. So, all right. So here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna do a quick round robin. I'm just gonna go through all the storms, and then I'm going to do a quick review for Monday and what we're expecting, and for next week, because next week's gonna be a big week, people. Possibly multiple times to go live, and we just lost Dan, so we'll go back. If he comes back, we'll go back to him in a sec. But after, and then we're going to end the stream. So let's first start with up in. We're going to go north to south here. So in Michigan, got a pretty weak line of storms moving. Going to be moving across Michigan. Just some rain. There's really not even much lightning with this, so nothing to worry about. Indiana, you're up next. And I know we got someone in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, so let's just go here first. Yeah, you guys. I think Jess is up here, right, Jess? You guys had a nice little line of storms move through. Probably some gusty winds. Now you got some rain showers. Indiana. Got a broken line of storms that's going to move through overnight. I think it's probably going to see this outflow here. I think this is moving ahead of the storms. This is probably going to kind of kill the storms. I would expect them. It might be a little noisy in Indianapolis tonight, but the outflow might actually kill this before it gets to you. So nothing, not really too concerned down here. Southern Illinois and Kentucky, also similar. Got a line of storms moving through you guys. The outflow might kill it as well. So nothing too crazy down there for you guys. Tennessee should be fine. Arkansas, Southern Arkansas, probably going to get some storms tonight as this line's going to push to the east. Little Rock, maybe you might get some in the next hour or two. Oklahoma should be, Southern Oklahoma could be a little noisy. Not expecting any severe storms really, but you could get some shower and maybe some lightning bolts as well. Texas is going to be the problem area tonight. It's a lot of rain. I mean, look at this. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I think 11. Wow, my brain is dead. 11 flash flood warnings just in Texas. And I would expect these to expand. So that's going to be the big threat tonight in Texas. Still some hail and some wind, but flooding is going to be a problem because look at this. I mean, just all the way up from Childress, Texas, all the way down to Abilene, Ballinger, Brownwood, even down into San Angelo, even all the way down into Sanderson. You guys are going to have a noisy night. A lot of storms, a lot of rain. San Angelo, I think you're going to get eventually hit. We'll see. But a lot of rain for Central Texas, probably 2 to 4 inches we're looking at. Even continuing into and let's do 20 frames here. Even continuing into Dallas, you're probably going to get on the action, maybe late night. Maybe Waco, Austin. Austin should be mostly fine. Austin, you're probably going to get storms tomorrow. But Central Texas is really the big area where Southern Texas, this is probably going to bow out into a line. So Austin, actually, you probably could get hit late by this line. This also might bow out eventually too. So really, Central and Southern Texas is going to be a noisy night for everyone, for most actually. Not everyone's going to get hit. The tornado threat has diminished a good amount. I think we still have tornado watches active, but let's see. Okay, so yeah, we still have a convective. We still have an enhanced risk tonight. Pretty narrow risk for tornadoes. I think probably the biggest threat for tornadoes is behind us, so that's good. But still a non-zero chance that we could get a couple of tornadoes overnight. The National Weather Service, otherwise, like they said, maybe we've got some strong shear. We might get a couple of strong tornadoes, especially on that cell that just keeps spinning up. But the primary threat is going to be damaging winds with some storms. Risk was in the pool. Yeah, in the cold pool. Yeah, I agree. But shouldn't be too bad of a night. Still could get some nasty storms. I think we still do have we still have got one tornado watch active. So the National Weather Service is basically saying these couple storms are going to form a line. So they might need to extend the tornado watch. So the tornado threat is not over, right? Even though I'm ending the stream, it's not over, right? You could get some spin ups. You could get, as this line pushes off to the east, you could get some tornadoes. Now the risk isn't as great as it was earlier, but there still is a risk. So take it seriously. If you do live in Central Texas, have a way to get weather warnings. I know we have some viewers that were in Abilene, Texas. We have some viewers that were in San Angelo, Texas. We have some viewers that were in Midland, Texas. Wilder's Honey is in Texas as well. He doesn't have power. He's in Lawn, Texas. But that's okay. Just make sure that anyone that is in the path of these storms, try to keep your phone by your bed, and have a way to get weather warnings, whether it's your phone, whether it's a weather radio, or whether it's something like that. So just have a way to be safe. And in general, just make sure you have a way to get warnings if you're in Central Texas tonight, because there could be some tornadoes that we have that spawn. So, all right. So the last thing I want to look at before we end is let's just quickly get a quick overview of the next couple of days. So tomorrow. Let's first look at tomorrow. This is tomorrow. This is the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. Puts this graphic out. Today we had enhanced risk for everyone. Tomorrow, slight risk. Nothing too major. I think the real risk tomorrow is flooding once again in southern Texas. So nothing too concerning tomorrow. Maybe going to get some storms in Ohio. I'm going to be here in Ohio, so maybe with my luck, we probably won't. We only get storms when I'm not here. 2% risk for maybe a couple isolated tornadoes tomorrow. Nothing too frightening tomorrow, I don't think. The big day that we're concerned about is Monday. Monday, right now, this is day 3. So this is Monday, May 6th. Right now, we have an enhanced risk for central Kansas and southern Oklahoma and central Oklahoma. That includes Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Wichita, Kansas, Lincoln, Nebraska, and Topeka, Kansas. Now, they have mentioned in this outlook that they could upgrade this. they could upgrade this, which an upgrade from enhanced would be a moderate. And it's still very uncertain. There's still a lot of factors that are going to play into this. But Monday could be a big day. And I will most likely be live Monday covering this, probably Monday after 5. So look for me on the stream then. But there's a pretty strong wording here about might be an area of strong tornadoes that we might got to upgrade this from enhanced. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Monday. But Monday's not the only day next week. It looks like we're going to have a multi-day threat continuing. This is the day 4 through 8. So the National Weather Service will issue these if there's especially potent threats. And day 4, anytime you see this, pretty decent chance that there's going to be some severe weather. So this is Tuesday, 15% over in the Ohio Valley and portions of the Midwest and portions of the South. This is Wednesday, also another 15%. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we possibly could be dealing with some severe weather. Thursday, it's still probably too far out to tell. But we could have a multi-day severe weather threats that we're dealing with. And I'll make sure to keep you guys updated on Twitter. But we could have some bad days next week. Chris says it's been crazy spring. I know, Chris. Yeah, you're in Cincy. I'm in Columbus, so it's it has been a wild spring. I think Ohio was the leader in tornadoes. We had 43, and now Oklahoma and I believe Nebraska has overtaken us. But we were the leader in tornadoes for the longest time. So that's what we're going to have to watch, guys. We are going to have just make sure to, if you don't already, follow me on Twitter. I'll be keeping you guys updated. I am on Instagram and Twitter at Stormcat5. Also, we have our kind of parents account, the Stormfront Freak account. A lot of you probably know Stormfront Freaks podcast. This is a a lot of times we'll have a lot of the freaks on this show as well. But follow both the Stormfront Freak and the Stormcat 5 Twitter accounts. We'll basically be posting updates when we're going to go live. I'll be posting from my account, the Stormcat 5 account. We'll be posting updates on the outlook, what it's looking like, if there's going to be severe weather. That's a really good resource for you guys to check out and see what the forecast is going to be. Also, the National Weather Service is probably generally the best source of truth for that. I usually just try to kind of echo what they say and put a little flavor to it. But that's the show. I really am glad. And just before we go, I just want to make sure that we do know there was a tornado warning that was just issued. So this is a really good example that there is going to be pretty weak, well, not weak, but some rotation here. This is going to form a line. This big mass of storms is already forming a big mass. I just said big mass twice. That's how long I've been on. But it's going to push off this way, and you're probably going to have periodic tornado warnings through the night with this thing. So really anyone downstream of this, even Austin, Texas, I would be ready. Rock Springs, Sonar, Fredericksburg. This is going to form a line of storms and bowl your way. So just anywhere in Central Texas have a way to get weather warnings. Southern Texas as well. Sleep with your phone. If you've got a weather radio, turn that on tonight. But once again, guys, I just want to thank everyone from the bottom of my heart. You guys are why I do this show. For everyone that's been joining me since the first show, to everyone that started watching me now, I just want to thank you guys so much for watching, supporting, and being there with us every moment, because you guys are why I do this. And ultimately, my, you know, if I can help, you know, at least one of you, you know, be safe and kind of know where the storms are, and also have a good time, right? I want you guys to have a good time here. That's what I want this stream to be. And I want to build this community and start kind of, you know, I think we have some people that are regulars, and I want to, you know, Jess and Wilder's Honey and Raymond and others, and all of you guys that have been joining since day one, and all of you guys that have joined today. I want to keep building this community, and you guys are awesome people. And I want you guys to have a blessed night, have a blessed weekend. Go enjoy it with family. If you're, if hopefully it's nice weather where you are. If it's not nice weather, that's okay. Go ahead and, you know, have family over and hold them close, and have a great, wonderful weekend. And I will see you guys hopefully on Monday, as long as that severe weather threat doesn't fall apart, and it doesn't look like it will. But I'll see you guys Monday for the stream. Thank you guys so much. Be safe. Have a wonderful weekend, and love you guys, and stay blessed. Peace out.